Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the respected dignitaries, distinguished speakers, honorable participants, and the loving audience, all beautiful people present here from all around the globe. I, Ms. Nada Ratkovic, IIU board member, country director, IIU Croatia, president of Research Center, IIU, and a Global Educators Forum advisor member. Today, welcome you all to the World Education Summit 2022 on the theme, the role of Metaverse in the future of education. Today, meet our global eminent experts and learn. And yes, this is today the event number 11 by Global Educators Forum, who is jointly with many organizations around the globe. This event is for all the educators around the globe, and I want to say it is for the first time on the world. And it is jointly organized by Global Educators Forum, IVRFF International Internship University, IIU Research Center, the Policy Time and World Education Council. I am pleased and honored to present our great organizers. Global Educators Forum, GEF, has been formed to promote United Nations 2030 Agenda SDG Goal 4, which is about quality education, that is to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. SDG 4 has 10 targets, which are measured by 11 indicators. The 7 outcome-oriented targets are free primary and secondary education, equal access to quality pre-primary education, affordable technical, vocational, and higher education, increased number of people who relevant skills for financial success, elimination of all discrimination in education, universal literacy, numeracy, and education for sustainable development, global citizenship, and 3 means of achieving targets are build, upgrade, inclusive and safe schools, expand higher education scholarships for developing countries, and increase the supply of qualified teachers in developing countries. Professor Pradipta Mandal is the founder of Global Educators Forum, GEF. Professor Mandal is an electronic and telecommunication engineer, MTech in electronics and communication engineering. He is 70 years teaching experience in IACTE approved degree engineering institute, a multiply global award winner educator, social activist. He is attaching with 35 plus national and international organizations. Our Professor Pradita Mandal is a great personality and working for the humanitarian and for the education. IVRFF is our next organizer. VR AR Academia is a virtual augmented reality training and solution provider dedicated in transforming content delivery and consumption into VR and AR platform globally by creating experts and trainers on VR, AR who can integrate VR, AR in schools, news, and media, hospitals, engineering, retails, various industries, and even in conferences and exhibitions. VR AR Academia is working to provide a new hybrid model of virtual and live emergency technology film festivals. Our great Professor Samir Mukherjee is the founder and CEO of International VR Film Festival. He has 35 years of experience in technology and communication. He has been the head of Department of Media Science and Emerging Technology in different universities for almost a decade when he has been researching on the possibilities of combining digital media and education with emerging technologies like OTT, Internet of Things, cloud computing, AR, VR, MR, XR. He has an interest in blending art and culture with the new waves of digital media. He is a part of various international VR, AR, and IT related institutions in Europe, China, Malaysia, India. He is a regular speaker at international conferences in Europe, in the USA, and also Beijing, Shanghai, different parts of China, Singapore, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and of course, different parts of India. He is an acknowledged leader in VR, AR, MR, XR, and Metaverse education. International Internship University is a leading virtual education system and global brand confederation, which is the most valuable and trusted worldwide and well reputed in delivering innovative programs. Globally, it is a trusted name for quality training programs and is committed to provide better and virtual education to the all young learners of the globe. IIU is metamorphosing the conventional educational system by cutting down the additional costs and providing access to more than 1,000 plus courses and internships to their e-learners across the globe with the help of its thousands global educators. In a short span of time, IIU has spread its wings in 195 countries and 6 continents under the strong leadership of its visionary founder, Mr. Piyush Pandit, sir, a committed and aspiring social activist, a passionate educationist from the last 2 decades, providing education to students from various social and cultural backgrounds. The sky is the limit for his dedication and hard work. Heads of the dedication and hard work. IIU has formed its 4 councils, namely Women Entrepreneurs Council, International Student Development Council, International Youth Development Council, International Council of Educators. The main objective behind the councils is to provide support in every respect to the students, youths, women entrepreneurs, educators, science, researchers, and all. Be the change with IIU. IIU Research Center. Research Center by IIU is a unique hub establishment founded to provide research facilities by the visionary educationist and co-founder of IIU, Mr. Piyush Pandit. It gives an opportunity to the researchers, authors, educators, students, scholars across the globe, and enhances the research opportunities, academic excellence, real-world phenomena, solving the knowledge, creating and disseminating. The high-caliber global educators team is dedicated to it. Research at IIU Research Center is a careful consideration of study regarding a particular concern of problem using scientific methods. Research at IIU Research Center by me, Professor Nada Ratkovic, as a president of IIU Research Center, and I think if you have ever thought about how would world need to be without education, research, science, innovation, technology, or any development of anything, then the IIU Research Center is the right place for you. So it is a systematic investigation and always begin what you want to develop something new, to contribute to generalized knowledge in your education as the best and reliable way. And you need to understand and act all the complexities of various issues that education are facing. World Education Council, VEC, is a confederation to achieve global collaboration in education, leveraging digitization, achieve basic building blocks, success, capacity, equity, quality education. The Council aims to outline practical action plans to achieve extraordinary innovation, creative diversity, and collective empathy. The Policy Time is the world's first media on policy and development journalism and a strategic and practical alliance of policy, business experts for policy and business connect leading to prosperity through news and article writings, practical networking, events, business intelligence, research, and policy advocacy. Mr. Akram Hope is founder editor of the Policy Times and director general of World Education Council. His long association with India, top business forums, FICC and CCTI has not only provided him the opportunity to forge close ties with the business community, but also guided them to invest in overseas economic ventures. I talk a lot about our great organizers. We are really honored, grateful, thankful for this amazing event. And yes, today, recently, on the global level, a lot of content and information is really heard and watched about one new technology and new technological field. This new multi-purpose platforms are able today to raise our online experience to a new level. And the metaverse concept isn't new and it is considered like a next evolution of the internet with some new building blocks in the place. And it doesn't complete with the internet, it builds on it. So the basic idea of being able to engage a virtual online world has been around for many years. A true metaverse where lifelike interactions are possible is still year away. So that is the true. That is the true. That is the promise which brings the new digital experience in the real world and vice versa. My great Professor Karudin, you will talk after me. New interest in the metaverse is during the pandemic, it is rapidly rising in the new era of virtual learning around the world. So, to rise the metaverse, we need a new learning, we need a new concept, we need to explore, discover, create a new big transition from the physical world to virtual world. And that will enable one in many forms. How can we interact? How can we make the films? How can we shop? How can we work from the comfort of our home? Who can pay me this today that I'm in my home working this event? So today, I will not talk more because the topic will be covered by our amazing global guests and speaker. We will learn together about the benefits of using metaverse in the education. Each speaker, each guest will be from different country. He will share his insights, his factual, actual insights of learning and importance of the metaverse in the education. Not only today in education, we will hear about the importance in a lot of fields. So be a part of today's World Summit. And today we have a lot of eminent guest speakers. We welcome them all, our great speakers, our guests, and me today, Professor Nada Ratkovic, also an assistant professor from the Faculty of Economics, Business, Tourism, Split, professor, board member, as I said, in IIU, educator, trainer, writer, reviewer, activist, humanitarian, and etc. is not alone with me, is an amazing person. It is my great Professor Kurdi Sufamir, FCILT from the country Malaysia. Welcome, my master of the ceremony, Professor Karudin. Enlighten us with few words about yourself before we start.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Nada. First, I want to say thank you to the organizers for inviting me to co-moderate with my great friend, Professor Nada. We have been speaking already on a few series, a few webinars. But okay, I won't take too much time. Okay, the problem is when you let me speak, then I may forget that there's so many people waiting to speak. But what I will do is, Prof. Nada, is to add on a little bit to set the tone for our discussions before we listen to all our distinguished speakers.
Of course.
Just to carry on from what you just said, okay? Now, the metaverse technology is a digital environment that has been created, like what you said, much like online worlds in video games are today. However, it will exist as an keyword, immersive social environment where people can meet up, interact, and experience life digitally without being constrained by physical space. They believe that the metaverse, I'm sure you do too, will be the successor to the mobile internet. I think you mentioned it. As media landscapes further fragments, digital channels will multiply. Consumers and providers getting aggressively immersed in avatars. Now, the pandemic, the COVID, thanks to the COVID, yeah, has expedited changes in the course of humanity. That's why everybody is now, online, most of the time. Okay. Now, now all of us desire to live, like Prof. Nada very nicely put it, within the digital universe to work, play, and stay connected and enjoy anything from concerts to conferences to virtual trips around the world. Now, Metaverse is where multiple elements of technology, which you and I know, which is including virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality, and video that amalgamates. It's artificially, I want to repeat it, it's artificially real. And are you ready for it? Okay, with that, setting the tone to add to Prof. Nada, now I pass back to Prof. Nada to invite the first speaker. All yours, Prof.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, great Professor Karudin. Yes, it's the time for our first speaker. It's the time for our great personality, our great Professor Samir Mukherjee. He is a founder and CEO. Just a moment. He is a founder and CEO, as I said before, of the IVRFF, founder and mentor, VR AR Academia, Chief Conceptualism Design UFC Malaysia, and Professor, please enlighten us with your great speech and your great presentation today. We know that we will enjoy. Last time we have a great journey. We go through making the film. We feel that film. We were on the festival, and it was really amazing. Welcome. Big clap for our professor. Please unmute yourself.
Professor Samir, unmute yourself, please. All yours.
Yeah, I'm just telling you, it will not be so much long today.
No.
Okay,
we are prepared. We are prepared.
Oh no. Give me that share part of it and all this. Thank you very much to beautiful moderator. And again, the organizer allowing me to talk here after the last one, I thought that after the last one, they will not allow me and they will say that, okay, you go. It is not your classroom. Okay. So, however, I'm really happy that they allow me. I have.
You can share, all can share, all have the permissions for the sharing.
Yep. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Okay, fantastic. Let me close these things in. Yeah, correct. Now, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'm here to give you a very small talk. Okay, trust me. This time it will be a very small talk because of metaverse is so new subject, I also do not have much thing. Okay. So the World Education Summit, thank you very much. Thank you very much, that Global Education. And let's start these things in a different note. My name is Samir. I'm founder and CEO of International VR Film Festival. VR Film Festival is a very new kind of concepts. It's absolutely in Metaverse platform. The entire thing is in Metaverse platform. From what's this called, from the film submitting to the award ceremony, everything is in Metaverse platform in different countries and all this. Now, today's agenda is very short. Just you check it. 5, and out of that question answer session, you can omit also. So I have only 4 topic to discuss. So don't worry at all. It will not be very long. The metaverse is basically in this 3 different kind of technology part of it. One is emerging technology, one is blockchain, another is NFT. I'll discuss during the entire part of it. Let me give you a kind of a definition of metaverse. Metaverse is a collective virtual open space in Web3 environment. Please remember all the word. Like previously also, I told you people that every word got some meaning. Okay, it's a it's absolutely virtual. Don't expect that you can go there and can do something, but it will be absolutely like the original one. It's a very open space. Everything is working there in Web3, of course. Okay. Um, if it is in Web2, if you try it, it will not give you that kind of environment. I think don't try. It should be in Web3. Now, this is one part of metaverse, and we have so many different interesting part of metaverse. I think I will not discuss here. I have some slide. Probably I have total 10 or 11 slide. So within that, I will clear it up because of for last days things, I'm really ashamed. Okay. Now, if you want to do a metaverse project, you need some components. Let's discuss the components first, that exactly what you need it. Okay. So the first part is the 5G. Unfortunately, 5G is not here in our country, in India, but so many countries are there. I got my friend here from China, Mr. Yutham. They have 5G from long, last 4 years back, they invited us for launching of 5G. So last 4 years back, they have 5G. So that is the interesting part of it. So many countries already have 5G at this moment, but probably with our metaverse booming, our government will start 5G service very soon. What is the parameters of 5G? Why 5G? It's a very high speed. This is one of the very important part of it. Can anybody guess what kind of high speed? We are using most probably, 60, 70 Mbps speed. It is just 10 times, 600, 700 Mbps speed. So now you can understand what it is required for 600, 700 Mbps speed. With that speed, you can do something and you can't do with 60, 70 Mbps speed. It is high speed. As it is a high speed one, it will be low latency. So no jerky picture and at all, no round and all this, Another very interesting part, though it's so fast, it's a very low energy consumptions. That is seriously a very interesting part of it. Then you can take it on the top of a hill. So, and another very interesting part, why it is 5G, it's just giving you the device connectivity, literally all types of device connectivity, all types of devices. So the next part is the cloud computing. What is that cloud computing? Everybody knows these things. Probably everybody got Google Cloud. But why we use cloud? Why we want to? And this is very mandatory. This is not that you need it. It is mandatory. Okay? Because of what we are not using one part of it, of cloud. That's cloud rendering. That's a pretty interesting part. You know, basically your cloud part can render your product. So if you have a your last mile machine, if that will give the instruction, isn't it? So if that do not have the power to handle this kind of image and all this, if your cloud is very standard one, it will give you, you know, that power, and you can take care of that. That's the most important part of it. If your cloud is not rendering with a graphics engine and all this, then your cloud is not very sufficient to run a kind of metaverse project. Okay, so you consider all these components what I'm discussing. This is the main pillar of the metaverse project. Now expand reality or XR or MR are all the same. Okay. Now all these BR, AR, MR, XR, IoT, these things, all this emerging and entire emerging technology part of it is very important to make the environment. I told you that a virtual environment. So this virtual environment is absolutely by this emerging technology. So without that, it is not again that I will do these things in 3D or some other things. It will be virtual emerging technology. The entire part will be virtual. So expand reality is also very important part of it. All the types of, emerging technology part. Now the next one is little complicated, but probably you have heard of this, you know, brain computer. What exactly the meaning of brain computer? Can anybody see what is the brain computer? You know, if you work with your brain, you understand. Now, I'm not going so deep, but you know, the healthcare people, at least from last 10 years, understand this brain computer part of it. Okay. So, you know, like your brain neuron is connected with all the limbs of your body. So whatever you are thinking, you're doing that thing. Suppose if I want to take this glass of water, I do not have to give instructions to my hand to make it up, take it near to my lip. No, it is not like that. So it's understand all this. Okay. So that's the interesting part of brain computer. Let me give you a small example, then you can understand very clearly. Suppose if I have a artificial lip, okay, like a robotic hands instead of my hand, the prosthetics part of it. Okay. Now, if you want to give an instruction to your prosthetics hand, how you give? With another computer. Hey, hand, give the water. No, it will take from your brain. It will trigger to the motor here in your robotic arm. Robotic arm will move and it will again take that glass in the same way and put it near to your lip, and you can drink water like this way. So I hope you understand what is brain computer. Actually, I was thirsty. Sorry. Now AI and the blockchain. I will discuss AI and blockchain in the, during my presentations. So you can ask me, what is this? This is not your presentations. Okay, no. In deeper mode, this is the lighter mode. I'm just making my environment. Okay. And we have digital twins. What I discuss in my brain computer discussion. Okay. So my brain is giving the instruction and a prosthetics hand, a robotic hand can work. Okay. So now I'm giving you another example, like two power plant.
Hello,
Hello.
your sound
Is
is
there
not
any,
clear.
my sound? Is it so?
I hear
No,
excellent.
no, I hear you very clearly, loud and clear.
Me too, also very clearly.
I
Yes,
think
yes.
it's great.
Great.
Yeah, I
it
think it's
is.
I'm
Okay.
going near to my microphone.
No, no,
I'm trying
Professor,
to solve.
it is great, really.
Okay.
It's clear. Thank you.
So where are we? Where are we? Where are we? Digital twin, no? Let's just break.
Yes.
So in digital twin, in brain computer, I told you that exactly how it's work. Now, if I have a power plant and the replica in metaverse of that power plant with me, done? Can we do a little bit of turbine speed from this replica of power plant in metaverse? Yes, we can. So original power plant, you do not have to go. You have to run. No, you can go to your metaverse power plant on your computer and can run that thing in the same way what brain computer is working. Is it clear? So the digital twins I explained, brain computer I explained, expanded reality, explained last time in a very elaborately, and the cloud computing and a 5G. So only thing is that AI and blockchain we'll discuss. Now let's go to the next slide. This is not metaverse, but this is an interesting slide. Probably you will like it, try to understand the internal part of it. Okay, this is by McKinsey in this year. So, in 2020, the green color bar is for engineering education, and the healthcare is the, the blue color, and the red color or the pink color is for the emerging tech. So this was the scenario of 2020. In 2022, you see that engineering education is going down. Healthcare is little bit up. Okay. And emerging technology is also a kind of a growing with a steady limit. Okay. This part is okay. You can say that, oh, this is for the pandemic and all this is happening. This will not go throughout the, continuous lifetime and all this. But okay, we have, or this McKinsey, sorry, not we, that McKinsey people got a certain prediction, okay, for 2024. Listen carefully. If you like it, you can implement something in your organization, okay? So the engineering education will be in the same stage, in the downwards. But healthcare education will go up very rapidly. And emerging technology is also growing. It will grow like education will not be geared up for the modern technologies and other things so fast. That is one of the biggest problem in our education systems. We do not have book till that on VR or on Metaverse or something, and it's correct book, real book. So you can ask me why then healthcare industry is growing, because of all healthcare business people now understand that insufficient facilities we have. So healthcare industry will grow. They will pump money in healthcare industry in by 2024. You can see some more big hospitals, some more different concepts and other things. Similarly, along with that, emerging tech will also grow. Now come to 2026. Engineering industry will grow little, very little. Medical industry, healthcare industry will go down, and the emerging industry will go up like anything. Why these things? Can anybody give me a kind of solutions? I will not tell, because of if I tell these things, you will not call me next time. Now, this is some of the use cases of the metaverse. Some of the use cases. I remember my word. Okay, I'm not exaggerating anytime. So some of the use cases. We are using this kind of technology. We already into it. We have so many metaverse conference. We have metaverse tourism. We have means our company have already. We have a very good relationship with so many metaverse company in the world, and the VR company in the world, emerging technology company in the world. So this is more or less in the field where we are working at this moment. But ladies and gentlemen, please just listen these things carefully. This is probably 6 out of 6,000 different applications already available in the world. 6 out of 6,000. Yes, you are listening rightly. 6,000. Everywhere. It is called next to internet. Internet gives us a kind of a metamorphosis, that entirely changed the world. Okay. Similarly, once again, we got this opportunity. It will change the world entirely. Now I'm telling you something very, I love to quote, last time also. So the concept is here, what Mr. Disney asked us, hey man, stop it. All these things, just stop it. Start your work. Because we will not have much time. Trust me, we seriously do not have much time in our hand. Start work. Because of, history, our cinematographic industry is 110 years old. Radio, 200. Television, 60 years old. Motor vehicles, automobile, 300 years old. You will not get that kind of time to take care of metaverse, to understand metaverse and all this. So maybe another 3-4 years, you have to be the king, or you have to follow some of your followers. I'm sorry, I'm not dictating, but I'm just telling you the truth. We have checked the global market, and this is the situation. This is some of our collaborator, one of the good collaborator we have in Europe, Amsterdam, another good collaborator in USA, another good collaborator in China. One of that company gentleman is here today, and he assured us that he will take us to the NFT lab, and for film production. And organizations, they are making the film and all this. Now I am in Metaverse. Okay, correct? Happy? Now the first, I told you in the very beginning, can you remember? NFT, emerging tech, and blockchain. I told you that I will tell afterwards. Now emerging tech, I will not talk at all today, because of I discuss a lot. probably.
Professor, please don't take care about the time because we really enjoy and
No. You do not
please.
know what happened. You do not know. Everybody says that you are absolutely a naughty professor. You do not know what is our time.
You will
And
know
you
how to, you need to know
okay.
knowledge management.
Whatever require, I have to complete the entire thing. No, after that I have, if I have time, I definitely will talk. So the NFT, if anybody have this idea, what is NFT? It's little complicated, but I will make it very easy. I'm promising you, I'll make it very, very easy. What is NFT? Any idea? This is non-fungible token. Probably you know, no? The meaning of that. Now, if it is not very clear to some people, I'm just talking for them only, that just take care of this entire sentence like this way: non-fungible, one word; token, another word. Little easy now. So token, you know, na? In Metro, you use token instead of your money. So in exchange of your money, you give the token and they will give you a ticket. So token is always in exchange of something. In the bank, you are in the queue, you got a number. So for yourself, they got a number and that number denote that token. Clear? I think it's clear. Okay. So I'm not discussing about the token part of it. I'm just discussing about the non-fungible. Oh, what is this non-fungible? We never used. So what we want to do now, or what I prefer to do, delete fungible. Is that okay? Then instead of fungible, put replaceable. Now it's very easy. So non-replaceable token. Interesting. Now it's come that what is non-replaceable? What does it mean? Non-replaceable token. Check it up. All the token is what? Is it a replaceable token? Whatever I have given you the example, is it a replaceable token or non-replaceable token? No. All a professor, I should not ask like this way. Okay, so let me give you a very small and interesting example. You will love it. Okay, just one. This is what? This is just a pen. Done? This pen cost maybe this kind of things, you know, like 1,000 bucks. And you can buy this pen from Amazon, from pen shop, from anywhere in the world. Clear? If I say that this pen is very special to me and I will not sell it. If I sell it, I will take 10,000 bucks. You'll ask me, why? What is this? This is the interesting part of it. This is a kind of a possession. What is the price of the possession? I will explain you. See, there is my original signature and I'm using this pen for 20 more years. I signed in several agreements in this pen, with this pen. I got a huge memory in this. What is the cost of that? So if you want to buy my pen, you have to pay that. So you will say that this gentleman is mad. Simple, he's a mad man. Now it's an old one, maybe 30, 40 years old. That number 10 embossed in the back side. This t-shirt cost you $10 million. You say, is it $10 million? Only? Give it to me, give it to me. Why? Because of it was worn by Pele. That is his last t-shirt. Where is the cost? Why? You want to put it, you want to hang it, you want to make it in a what's it called? A frame, put it in your drawing room and ask everybody, see, whose these things, jersey is this? Can you remember? This is his last jersey. So all the design, artistic material, different kind of documentations, writing, all these things priceless. Our Tagore or Shelley, Byron, Keats, it is priceless. You can't buy. If somebody gives you a book with the copyright and ask some $1 million, it's very simple. You can buy. So all these things, till date, we never put thought on it. What we did, we go to Google, take my photographs, whatever I need, and put it in my project, and ask my kids also, ask my students also, oh, why not you search in Google? But we never thought these things, that who developed these things, what pen he took. That tangible and intangible creativity combination makes NFT. I hope it's clear. Now here, I got another things too, another problematic things to tell you. What is that? It's pretty interesting concepts, you know. One gentleman said, probably 20,000 means 2009. Oh, he's a Japanese man. He said that, look, if you want to sell NFT, if you want to sell your all NFT material, you have to sell through blockchain. Now come to that again, what is blockchain? That's again a biggest problematic things. Now blockchain is a very, very simple thing. Let me explain you. Something wrong with the microphone. Can you listen me? Hello.
Yes, we are hearing.
It's okay, no? Okay.
Yes,
fine.
yes.
Great, great, Professor. Don't worry. We will tell you. Don't worry.
Okay. That time I have to hear, no? If I can't hear. So in any case, the blockchain is a kind of a payment process. How we pay at this moment. Let's discuss that thing for just 1 minute. If you go to a shopping mall and select something for you and just scan the QR code. The QR code will take you to your payment gateway, and payment gateway will take you to your bank. Your bank will check. If they do not have the check on that particular branch, they will go to their higher offices and they will check that you have that money or not. You have that transaction amount or not. Done. After that, they will say, yes, carry on, no problem at all. Give the material and it will go directly. Your money will go directly to the merchandise. Clear? This entire system is called a centralized system. Centralized systems. It is absolutely centralized that merchandise, payment gateway operator, you will have your material again the same way. It's a very, very centralized systems. That gentleman in Satoshi Nakamoto told to the world that this is not the right thing, this is not the right way to pay. Then people ask, previously, and see 2009 and now 22, why blockchain took so much of time to popularize and now it is absolutely in the peak. So he said that if you want to sell your product, you have to sell your product through blockchain. Nobody believed that. Always people are like that. They don't believe this, you know. Then the interesting part is that he said, okay, fine. If you don't believe it, I just don't care. Okay. But you have to use these things. Means the NFT material, if you want to sell, you have to sell in this way. I'm not going into details. I'm just telling you something like now it's come that decentralized payment system. Now it is no more centralized in the case of blockchain. The blockchain payment facilities through crypto and the entire system is decentralized. Now, what's that gentleman theory? He said that why one centralized system? Make it 1,000 and 1,000 and 1,000 and 1,000 millions of that kind of system. Every system will be interconnected. So if you do any transaction, it will go to an impact, you know, there will be a footprint in all the computer. The idea wise, it's like a madman is talking. But that's one of the biggest thing in the world at this moment. What part of it? That try to understand, just realize what I want to tell you, that if you do something here in India, okay, and giving crypto is the currency name, like everywhere we have dollar and different currency. Crypto is the currency for blockchain. So you have to pay through crypto only because of certain reason, I'll tell you. So give that money, then that picture will go to the US. Then along with that picture, small picture, you have to send a documentation that I created that on that time. The ideas is this and all these things, you know, and the price is also little bit higher. So they will, but means it is just next to impossible if all the information is not embedded in your product, in your creation. I hope this much of things is clear. Now I'm just showing you certain quotation. I think you will love it. This Anil, he said that, see, it is a kind of NDA. You are just telling me in front of me, you are telling that you don't trust me. Kind of that. Okay. That Kevin McCullough said that the blockchain is the only thing available in the world at this moment to sell the media, sell the photographs, sell the painting, sell all these things. You have to believe it. You have to do these things. By the way, this Anil and Kavin is the co-founder of the NFT. I hope you love it. Now you can read this, okay? Now another quote. I told you this is the future. But I also told you, Satoshi Nakamoto, the blockchain inventor. Unfortunately, that gentleman is missing. So what is the future? Future is this. This is a kind of a headset for metaverse watching. So in the road, you can at ease go inside of a mall, can select your material, can send that material to your friend, ask them that, is it okay for me? By the way, everything is digital. Okay, the dress is also digital. So you are wearing that. You are not in the mall. The mall is in Paris. You are in China on any road, and you are sending the
That.
okay. If your friend says yes, yes, it's just matching you very much. So you just blink your eyes and pay. The logistic company will send it, or if it is a digital one, we'll get it all on that very moment. This is the future. How you like the future? So the entire part, if I do the summary, it's a kind of a throughout the world. Now we want to help the artists and the creators through this big technology. It's a revolution. It's a very, very secured, and the business model is applicable for everything. Whatever you are thinking, be it a smart city, be it a smart school, smart hospital, or any damn thing. This is the future of the world. Thank you so very much for listening. I kept my promise. Probably it's not much time. And
Professor Samir, a big,
Thank
big,
you.
big clap for Professor. Amazing speech on the metaverse in the future education. Your agenda, introducing us what is metaverse, how the project, what are the components, the field of the application, the users, all the thing you said. You start from your definition. We like it. It is really easy to remember all the components. And I like this part of statistics which you show where is the application, where we are, where we today have the metaverse on the global level, and what are the global education trends of metaverse. And it is really a question, do we believe it? We can use it, as you said, today in education, other tourism, shopping, business conferences. We love your quotes because we learn a lot of these quotes and your collaboration. You say Amsterdam, Europe, USA, China, and I hope very soon also in my country, because I will tell one secret. For 2 months in my country, I have a big conference. It is also on the global level, and my topic will be the metaverse in education. And you know, the person who will be mentioned in my speech and my presentation will be you, respected Professor Samir. You really inspire
I'm
me.
not that big. Sorry, I'm not that big.
Listen, and then this your blockchain. What is the future? Your summary. How can we take it like the artists worldwide? What are the new solutions? What can we get from the blockchain? What about the digital banking, the smart cities? All this is really, really amazing. Thank you very much. Yes, listen, you crossed the time again. But we don't matter. Yes, we really enjoy in each 1
My
second
time, and
learning a lot.
yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very.
So to compensate this, I'm asking the second speaker, Yutham. Yutham is a very good friend of mine. He's from China. They got one of the biggest metaverse company in the world. Okay,
Oh,
I am requesting Yutham not to show them that thing, because of, please compensate my time, not to show them the NFT lab.
Yutam,
It's up to you.
welcome. Yutam, unmute yourself, please. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, let me try to open my slide.
Huh? Okay.
Can you guys see the slide?
Yep.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, we can see. Yes, work how it is. Okay.
Um, okay. First, I would like to thank you for your invitation. I'll just share some of my knowledge and experience in regards to the metaverse and its impact on the future of education. Um, as you know, there are many definitions for the metaverse, as it is something of that has of huge potential. A lot of companies and a lot of organizations have their own definitions for the metaverse. And actually, on behalf of VS Work, we are actually a part of Metaverse Standard Forum. I don't know if you are familiar with it. It's one of the hugest organizations where it has actually lots of companies like Huawei, Meta, and many other big metaverse related companies. And so what it's trying to do is that they're trying to create an interoperability between the metaverses. There are a lot of metaverses. Like for example, our company VS Work has its own metaverse, and other companies have their own metaverses. So what they want is, how do you move from one metaverse into another metaverse, and how is it going to be interoperable? How are we going to solve problems like privacy and the economy and many other issues? So for the question, what is the metaverse? I like to first talk about metaspace. So in a metaspace, there are two parts: the scenes and the synchronization service. But first, we have to ask ourselves, what is a metaspace? A metaspace is it's a computer simulated environment in which people can use their avatars to interact with each other. One person can edit their avatar, and actually you can edit your avatar as much as you want. Doesn't have to be as realistic as it is. So we can use our avatars and go inside the metaverse and interact with each other. So a metaspace is composed of scenes and synchronization services. And scenes, they can be a template library, an editor, and content providers. A template library is actually the scene itself, and it can be edited by our editors. For example, we have an application called Valerie, which kind of means virtual gallery, in which you can edit your own gallery. So you don't need to ask for content providers to edit your own metaverse, but you can actually edit it yourself. So you can have editors, content providers, and a template library, which I will actually show pictures of later. And there's also synchronizing service. So this is actually the main aspect of the metaspace, in which you can synchronize your position, your action, and your voice, your documents. So everything, it could be synchronized. You can display your PowerPoint, your whole body could be synchronized. But unfortunately, if you're using your phone or computer, you cannot move your hand or your head. So those are the throwbacks. But if you're using a virtual reality headset, you can move your head, you can move your hand, and a lot of things are possible. I'd like to talk about the metaverse application field and cases. I've talked about what meta space is, but I haven't actually told you guys what a metaverse is in our company. So there are many meta spaces. For example, an art gallery can be a meta space. An education room can be a meta space. An exhibition hall can be a meta space. And so there are a lot of meta spaces. For example, in our application, our main application, VSVR, we have more than, I think, 50 or 70. We have a lot of meta spaces, and they're being created every week. And so what so when you so what a meta space, a metaverse is when you connect all this meta spaces together, you can make a one huge metaverse. So which means you can teleport from one art gallery into another art gallery or another exhibition hall. And so all these things, when you combine all these meta spaces, you create a one huge metaverse. And you can move from one metaverse into another metaverse. I hope soon in the future. And so what do we use the metaverse for? Exhibition, promotion, and our main topic today, education. So I'll just show you some of our case. So this is 2022 VR digital art exhibition, where a lot of people online using their avatars went inside this room, and actually it was held by Art Talk, which is one of our clients, and they were showing all this NFT. And Professor Samir talked about NFTs before, and as you can see, this are NFTs, and so what you can do is you can insert this NFT pictures inside the gallery using one of our other applications called Valerie, which makes it very simple and makes it very fluid for you to do this. And so you can show your clients, your arts and NFTs face to face. You can use lasers and many other functions also. And as I was talking about, this is our app, Valerie, and it's high quality VR. And well, as I told you, when you go inside here, you can insert your art, and it just makes it very simple for people who want to display their art. And this is Island, and it's an art training platform for our clients, and they use it to display their art also. And this is Solus. Solus is actually one of our companies in Australia, and they use our service. So what we did is we built them this huge metaverse, and in this metaverse, they can trade NFTs, they can play games, and so what VSWork actually did is we provided VR display technical support, and Solus is a rising star in the NFT field, helping its clients all over the world so you can create your own avatar in here, and you can sell NFT and many things. So this is China Telecom. So for China Telecom, we actually help them accomplish a lot of things. One of it is a mall. So as you can see, this is the mall, and to the right, if you can see the pictures, they are people going inside this mall and interacting with each other and buying things and a lot more. So this just shows you that metaverse is not actually the future, but it's something that is actually happening in the present, but it's not finished its evolution, of course. There's a lot of things to do, but it's something that we should not consider as future, because it's something that is currently going on. And okay, so this is also something that is in relation to education and training. So this is the Bato Railway Vocational and Technical College High-Speed Railway Inspection and Maintenance course, and they use the metaverse to train their students to show them all these functions of train. And so what this actually helps is, for example, in Zoom, we are seeing each other and it's two-dimensional. Our faces are two-dimensional. The PowerPoint I'm showing you is two-dimensional, and I can't really show you something that's three-dimensional, and I can't see you face-to-face. Maybe in my Zoom screen, I can only see maybe 2 of you or 3 of you, but inside the metaverse, you can see 100 people in front of you, and you can interact with every single one of them. And that just takes interaction to a whole other level. And this is also an ABC STEM VR English lesson app. And this is also in Australia, and we help them create their own app. And inside here, as you can see, they can teach people English worldwide, not only in domestically, but also international. This is Nanjing University MBA course application, and this is also something in relation to education. And actually, one of the big solution that Metaverse gives to education is that you can manipulate 3D objects, which means that if you could see very closely in this picture that there is a 3D DNA object, and what teachers do is that they can show you this DNA, or maybe you can say a brain or a skeleton, in a very what do you say, dynamic and very realistic way. And what actually a metaverse gives you is, it actually gives you an experience, and experience is something you do not forget. So that helps what you're teaching your students stick inside their head, so they're not going to forget it because they've actually experienced it. Okay, so this is Telecom Hello 5G. This is also education, and they use it to train their students. This is NTU Cafe. This is also one of the colleges in China, and they have their own cafe. So as you know, this COVID time, there's a lot of maybe you can call it depression, you can call it all this problems that are happening because people are isolated, and as people we need interaction. That is one of our basic functions to live. So what this is it's actually a cafe, and it's very helps students to interactive with their teachers, and you can just like go, and it just sounds real, and it's something that's actually fun. And this is our talk education. Okay, so yeah, this is also a cultural exchange, and a lot of ambassadors throughout the world attended this event, and they're showing them all this cultural sites of China, and it was actually a very successful event. And this is Nanjing AMU, Nanjing Swallow brand image display. And this actually happened on our, what do you say, Spring Festival. If you're familiar with the Chinese Spring Festival, it's one of our biggest festivals in China, and it was held inside the metaverse. So this is also a real estate meta space, and so our clients use this to show real estates. Actually, what is surprising in this image is that this is actually a live event that's going on. This is a live video, kind of like a 360. If you're familiar with a 360 camera, this is not a 360 picture, but a 360 video. So your whole surrounding is a video, and there's a camera at this place. And so you're basically using your avatar to actually go to a real physical place, kind of like an AR, but much better, because you're actually going, using your avatar and going to a place that's actually real. And so this is Chinese overseas, this is China's overseas real estate exhibition. So they use this to show it to their clients. The surprising fact about this is you can see it from outside, you can see it from inside. This helps you grasp the whole architectural vibe of what you're trying to show. And finally, so there are these 3 sites of marketing promotions. So this is our Metaverse Pavilion, and Metaverse Art Museum, and Metaverse Enterprise Exhibition Hall. So as you can see on the third picture, they're actually showing a car. So let's say you're a car salesman and you can show the car inside out. You can split the car into parts and you can show them, hey, this is the engine, look at it. And you could bring it close to your client and they could see the whole experience. And as far as education and training scenarios go, so this is just to summarize the 3 parts. This is a K-12 education, and this is middle school, and this is a corporate training. The third picture is actually Huawei, one of our really giant partners. And as you can see, they are training their partners all over the world. And the second one is the train that I showed you previously. And the first one is actually my favorite part. It is the first thing when I came to VS Work, this is the first thing that they showed me in the VR headset. And it really blew my mind because it's a solar system and you can actually see the sun and all the galaxy. And the surprising part is it's as if you can, it's as if the sun is going to burn you, but it's not going to burn you because it's not real, but it sounds as real. It's very realistic. And if you're showing this to your students and if you're teaching them this way, it's not going to be boring. Throughout my childhood, I remember education was not as fun, but if you're really showing this to your students and teaching them in a very immersive way like this, I'm telling you, it's very, very very nice. And I'm sure like this is going to change education and it's going to make it way more fun and way more interactive. Thank you.
Thank you. A big clap to Mr. Yotan Johannes from China. What to say? What to say? An amazing you just filled the speech of our great professor Samir, explaining us in a very simple way what is a metaverse, how the scene looks, what about the synchronization, the whole services. We learn about the relation between metaverse and the metaspace. We didn't see that, and the applications and how it is implemented in many other fields, showing us a lot of examples that we can use in education. What about the how looks the metaverse pavilion, the art museum, exhibition, and all in education. And for me, very interesting, this for the vocational education, for the middle and high education, and comparing the other trainings. This is really amazing, and we learn a lot. And thank you very much. Professor Karudim, what you say?
Thank you, Yotam. I already in the last webinar I shared, the 10 uses of Metaverse in education, and Yotam has in his last slide has very nicely crystallized it. In education and then in training and in all that, very nicely crystallized.
Yes.
Thank you, Yotam.
Yes, because really,
thank you.
We want to see and listen you again very soon.
Okay.
Today, after our great speakers from India and China, we are still in India. Here with us is great Mr. Zahid Akhtar, and you know.
Is he here? Oh yeah, he's waiting. Mr.
Yes.
Zahid, I thought he's not here.
Yes, and he, listen, we know how technology and is having an influence on us, and we know how much we need to take care about our mental health. And one of our last webinars, our great Zahid explain us what to do, how to do, and how to take care about our health.
Mental health.
Thank you. Welcome, Professor Zahid. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much for giving me again. This is the second series of Metaverse we are talking about, and in fact, thanks everybody who has been rigorously involved in creating the atmosphere, the rigor of getting this to the next level where people understand the usage and how to go about the next steps. Metaverse in education, with the start of the pandemic in 2020, we have a disastrous impact on schools and universities. And we all know that we were compelled to cancel some physical classes due to the uncertainty and eventually resorting to online learning. That was the only thing that we were doing. So we had to go with the online learning, and all the students, instructors, and even guardians began to adjust to the new matter of learning, where classes were mostly on the smartphones and the laptops, even desktops available. So this was the change. Was maybe we don't say that the pandemic was a boon, but then yes, it has further. It was a radical change that we went through during this time. And when we talk about the metaverse, the future, it's very critical learning. And in fact, when we in the education industry, a lot of people already mentioned that it's by living with the examples. When we try to show the practical examples of what we are teaching, then obviously it has a great impact on students. With the because sitting at the homes, and then you get a virtual feeler of what exactly the teacher is talking about, where the world is going. So if somebody has to visit a museum, so they will technically would not go physically, but at least they can get a feeler of how the museum looks out from outside, from inside. Same example that when we talk about the universe, the revolution, or probably how the earth and the planets work. So all those things, when we get a 3D image, and then we think in advising or probably showing them on a screen, bigger screen, and people get a feeler that yes, they're looking with their naked eyes, then it creates an impact. So, and if you go by in the recent days, even the not just the education, even if you go through the creativity and the game side, most of the kids are involved into gaming, where they are creating avatars and then getting into the real virtual platform to enjoy not just the games, in fact the criticality of understanding how things work in different scenarios. So so obviously it is also increasing their brain to work on not just the normal way, but definitely they are thinking various options, and um, to explore things. The critical thinking part is also available. Um, Now, when we talk about that, how metaverse is actually helping out, so there are a couple of things. Is like it makes the learning, the normal learning, very enjoyable. Now, when we say enjoyable, that it's an obviously it's an educational need. We customize avatars, and people get into that kind of platform. Then they get into the real-time feeler of what exactly they are being learning. Maybe it's a science, a geographical thing, or probably a mathematics. When we define all this through 3D images and this virtual platform, then they think in a very realistic way. So it is just not the bookish language that you make the kids understand. It's with the time they're also learning how exactly, so that is how we, there are two kinds of kids normally we used to see in our old days, that there were students who were like, they were mugging up everything, and then they were doing the exams. And there were kids who are very less kids, like 30% to 20% of them, who are actually understanding the things, and then they relate it, and then they write the exam as per their understanding. So now it is transformed with the time. It's like people are more focused. In fact, the educational institutes and the parents are more concerned about letting them to have a feel of understanding it, realizing it, and then interpret in their own way. That is what is more important. And I'm happy that metaverse is just the next step to it. So it is making the learning objectives very enjoyable. The second part is also, it is like enhancing the communication. Now, physical distances in this corona period and in the pandemic period is something that was like, everybody was fearing that there would be disengagement, because when we don't meet people physically, the intervention through all this platforms or digital platforms, we are not able to connect to the minds well, because you never know how the other person is thinking on that particular subject. So when we are in physical world, it is very easy to let the other person understand. We know that from eyes and from our gestures that the other person is probably not able to understand, so we can further let them understand through critical thinking and letting the different ways to understand, to make them understand the real teaching. So it was a challenge, but with enhancing communication through technology interventions and through metaverse. So both there is a communication gap that we were thinking of, it's decreased due to all those things. So to combat in the coming days as well, so it really does not matter whether you are studying physically or you are in a virtual platform, but a situation like a metaverse platform or the way we are moving ahead, it is going to bring the same kind of knowledge sharing, and it would enhance the communication between the kids and the obviously the teachers as well, because even they would also be knowing about the mindset of the kids, and all those things is obviously related to IQ. VR is again helping a lot to pull out the data and then talk about how to make the other person understand much well. So there would be the gap of good student and bad student will also decrease with the time. And obviously a lot of people talked about the immersive learning through AR and VR, and I understand that through stimulated technology and the environment, definitely the kids are much more interested to not letting the parents push them towards education. It is more like their own interest. The other day I was talking about, last time when I was talking was metaverse. Soon after the program ending of the program, my kid was the person who was the very first person to ask me, as he's into 5th standard. So he was like, do you have any idea what the metaverse is all about? I said that, okay, I might have less knowledge, but what do you think? You must be knowing about it. He said, so it's a very simple. So you are talking, but we know that it is very simple, easy, and like we create a virtual environment where you can create your own avatars, you can get into different platforms, and you can, at one time you are dead, then next time you are, bouncing back with all those things. So this is like a very simple, now kids are even with the time, they're also learning different ways to, deal with the technology solutions. But overall it's the parents who has to understand that they have to be pushed towards something productive, something good, something effective, for which is fun. They have to keep an eye on them as well. So I told my kid that you get prepared yourself for the metaverse, how it's impacting you guys. So next time when I'm there in the platform, so probably next time we can go ahead and have a 5 minutes talk. You would be speaking about the metaverse, so it would be more realistic in the coming days. So that's how. So you have to build interest, and in fact all these virtual platforms have started gaining the eyes and catching the eyes of the kids, and a lot of people who probably thought that because it is rise of this social media and all this interaction into YouTube videos and all those, they have started engaging themselves into games, this interacting like Roblox and all those games that is there. So as well as the studies and all. So definitely it's we have a very great future coming for us. Thanks for giving me enough time. And with this, I also once again congratulate the organizers, because you have been doing a marvelous and job in letting this awareness go on. And now a lot of people, due to these interactions, they're able to understand that is something new. And with the awareness, it is reaching out to most of the people. One last thing that I would want to say, that I normally work for the sustainability and um, employability. So normally looked up with couple of people from, mostly people from the rural and the tribal areas. And I think metaverse is going to be a boon to them, because we can get sitting in a city, we can get a big platform to talk about virtual reality and all those stuffs. But through metaverse, if we get to those people, it would be a very different creative platform for them to understand how fascinating the world is. Maybe people who are from a tribal region would be able to understand and visit almost every locations of the world which are there in the metaverse. So thanks so much for giving me time. Thank you.
A big clap from Samza.
Thank you, Zahid. Thank you. That was a very nicely done. Short and sweet. You crystallized everything nicely. And I like the part when you were telling your kid, okay, guys, next time we will have a discussion on on Metaverse. And the earlier description, I noticed you were, in a sense, describing what's going on. Actually, all these two kids, including my son, in the next room. They're always on the game, this gaming thing. So it all began. Even as like,
Yeah.
remember the last thing that we had, the last webinar. I said it's basically about it's the next level. The evolution of this thing that is being used in gaming is now being used on a bigger scale. All right. Sorry, Prof. Nada, back to you.
Yes, Professor Zakir, he really encouraged us, inspired us, and
Yes.
motivated us, and gave us to think a lot about this because really we need to have the eyes on the kids. And as he said, in one moment, the kid, you are dead. So how to explain somebody that you can do that for 5 minutes, for 10 minutes, and after that, is that kid, your kid, a good kid, and how to make that gap between a good or a bad thing. And I like this part when Professor said that he is in the sustainability, working for this sustainability, because we know that we have a lot of rural parts, but this metaverse and this, I can say, smart cities and these big platforms, that will help also a lot the children and students from that parts from that this rural parts of where they live. Thank you. Thank you. Our professor Zahid is really a motivator, and I always like the way how he explain, how he speak. His color of the voice is very, very, yes, professor. You know that are very important things for the listener. For the listener,
Thanks so much for your showering love so much from
yes,
that really inspires me to get to the next level. In fact, that is how we do things. So
yes. We know what we learned the last time. We are feeling that with the news, new things. And if someone asked me what was that time on that topic, I know all the details. I remember each detail, what professor said, each one speaker, because that depends on the, I said, a voice, and how there are speakers then you cannot listen them, and then I can't remember nothing. So that
Right.
are the differences, to be a good educator, a good speaker, and a big motivator. Excellent.
Yes, Prof. Nada.
Excellent.
I think Prof. Nada, Dr. Sheikh Muhammad from Bangladesh
I
is
think,
waiting.
Professor, I think that we need to call, we missed this part, our great Mr. Joachim from China need to make a walk with us on the platform. So I think that Professor Johan, are you still with us? I think that we lost him, but in the
Yeah, we lost
meantime,
him.
we will call him, because that journey is only 2 minutes, and we will really enjoy see that, because that will be for us the first time we will see that kind of journey. So
Okay.
let's move forward. I hope he will come back and be with us. We are now going to the country Bangladesh. We have here a great eminent speaker,
Dr. Sheikh Muhammad.
Dr. Shaikh Muhammad Alajer. Welcome.
Okay. Okay.
Oh,
Thank you.
you're
Thank you
there.
so much. Yes,
Oh,
I'm
yes,
here.
yes.
Yes. Uh, I'm sharing my screen.
Our professor Alajir is also with us. We learn a lot of him. So let's see today.
Okay. Today,
Can
already.
you put on the full screen, Dr. Alayar?
Oh, sure. Before that, I want to show some of our work, and then I will go to my presentation.
Okay.
Okay, so our main today's theme is the role of metaverse in the future of education. And already we learned a lot, we heard a lot, our great Professor Samir Mukherjee. And so that's why I don't want to talk so much about what is metaverse and its component and its structure. And what I want to focus to today at my presentation, that are we ready, or is it necessary to move our total education system in metaverse or not? So I will show my logic, and after that I will conclude my part. But before this, recently, as you know, I am the professor of multimedia and creative technology. Our department has we have four major, like visual arts and communication, 3D animation and VFX engineering, game design and development, and film and media. So recently, we started our research on metaverse, and already immersive learning systems is in our course. So our students are working with augmented reality, virtual reality platform, and as well as we are moving to make a course to relevant on metaverse. So I will show, before my presentation, I will show our current research work. We are here. This is the one 3D animation we are showing, but we made this asset. We are going to make a total virtual university, virtual campus. So the total assets we developed, and all together for our presentation, I put it all together and make this animation for you to show our
Don't see Professor Alagir, we see your presentation. Professor, we
yes,
see
is
only
it
your
visible?
presentation.
Only the sound, but there's no movie.
No, yes, we see
Oh,
your
oh.
presentation. No, that the film you are showing us.
Oh, okay. I will start it again. Just a minute.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, now
Okay.
It is visible, but we don't hear the sound.
You are muted, Dr. Alaya. We can't hear you.
okay. Now
Okay. You are muted. We can't hear you. Okay. It's okay now.
Sorry. So this is 3D environment, virtual campus. We made Thank you. This is our recent work. We made this type total. We are trying to develop the virtual campus. For that reason, we made this various types of buildings like library. What will be the virtual library? What will be the classroom? What will be the playground? And etc. Then in our, one students can enjoy real life in the real university life at the metaverse atmosphere. So now I am going to present my I'm going to go, present my presentation. So okay, is it visible?
Yes, but please, if you can put
Okay,
up
okay,
full mode.
okay, okay. So
Dr. Algir, in which program do you make this video?
okay, we made these types of 3D model using Maya, and then also sometimes we use 3D Max and also SketchUp to the 3D architectural model. And after that we put in the Unity 3D and using the game engine, and you know to make it to divert it in virtual reality, augmented reality environment, and the avatar moving. Then we all assets put in our Unity 3D environment.
Thank you.
Okay, so my today's presentation is the role of metaverse in the future of education, and I already mentioned this. Today I don't want to focus on what is metaverse and what is structure components. Already our great Professor Samir already mentioned this, but I want to focus what is education. And what is education? If we say, then education is a purposeful activity directed at achieving certain aims, such as transmitting knowledge or fostering skills and character traits. These aims may include the development of understanding, rationality, kindness, and honesty. Here, in my total presentation, I want to focus on these parts like knowledge, skills, and the character traits. Like, so if we see the education system, we got two types of educational systems. There are many more systems, but we can divide it formal education, and another is unconventional form. The formal education system like early childhood, primary school, secondary school, tertiary levels, vocational and special some. And the output, basically we got the formal education like academic degree, academic certifications, national and international recognitions. But from the unconventional form, like indigenous, informal learning, self-directed learning, evidence-based learning, and from this unconventional form, the output we got only the certificate, as I want to mention here. And beside this, the skill, but moreover, the thing is the skilled and educated. The main thing is from the education we can get skilled and educated manpower to support industry as well as support the country. So if we focus on skill, there are two types of skill: hard skills and soft skills that we may get from an educational institution. So if we see the educational institution, from the educational institution we get hard skill and soft skill in the right image. We already know what is hard skill and soft skill. Like from the hard skill, we can get language, improve our language skill and our curriculum related skill, and like here, video editing, computer skill, driving, graphic design, data mining, this curriculum related subject skills. Besides this, the soft skill is communication skills, adaptability, active listening, problem solving, optimism, organization, teamwork, initiative, public speaking. So both we can get from the educational institution like school, college, and university. How? Like from physical classroom with interaction with teachers, friends, club activities, laboratory works, library works, from group works, even hall or dormitory environment. From hall and dormitory environment, we also get some soft skills. Sports, proctoral counseling, career counseling office, from student affairs office, even though food, from the food court, we can learn and we can get the soft skills. And after that, what is the here, if we see the OBE, outcome-based education system, as you know, in our country, University Grant Commission, like UGC, approved all all curriculum should be outcome-based education systems. Why? Then we can produce educated skill manpower to serve the industry as well as the country. So here another thing is outcome-based education system. So I want to focus it again. First, I focused in skills, and then for the skill development, the curriculum, that is outcome-based education systems. So now we can see the traditional, this is traditional classroom, the advanced.
Dr. Alagir, please, I'm sorry, but you don't move the slides. We are on the first your slide.
Is it okay now?
We still have your first in the title.
Can you click on the full screen? Can you click it?
Yes, yeah,
it's not on full screen.
I already clicked on
yes,
full
but
screen.
it isn't. Can you go?
No,
can
it's
you
not.
go
It's not.
to the slide? Stop and share again, because it is a
Yes.
really great presentation and we don't see.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you do it again, please?
Okay, let's see.
Now it's okay.
It's
but still it's not full screen.
can you click F5
No, yes, I already
from beginning? Do you have an option from beginning?
Yes, now it's okay.
No.
No, still we still don't see the full screen. We see your small slides on the side.
Can you move your arrows, please, and try to move from the first slide. Great.
Okay, it's moving now. Okay.
Do that.
Right. Okay. It's moving now. It's moving now.
Do that on that way, because you are
now it's okay.
Now
you're
you are on the first slide.
Okay, move to the next slide.
Is it?
No.
No, it's not moving.
What happened?
What happened?
Okay.
You have to maximize your screen and then go to the PowerShow.
Okay.
Then only it will work.
I think maybe it's the bad network. That is the reason why he is not going on the full screen, the bad network.
Our network is good. We can see the screen properly, but
yes, we can see, but it is
not moving.
Yes, it is not moving.
Can you see this screen now? Is it?
Professor,
yeah, we can see your arrow moving. We can see your arrow.
Okay. 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 Now let's start again.
No stress. No stress. It
No,
is
no, no, no.
great.
Go on the
Okay.
top. There is a file. Go on the top. Click on file. Then click on maximum, and then after that go to PowerPoint and slideshow. Click on file, maximum, go on the PowerPoint, and then slideshow. If you follow this, it will work.
So files,
Maximum,
maximum.
and then PowerPoint, slideshow,
Yes.
and then share the
PowerPoint.
screen. Slideshow and then share the screen.
Now it's okay,
It's the
Professor?
same
No,
like
still,
before.
Oh,
still
okay,
it's
okay,
same like before.
okay.
No problem. No problem, doctor. No problem. We are listening you. It is okay.
No, it's okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead,
Yes.
Dr. Alair.
Oh no.
Still you have not clicked this file. It is shown, not clicked. I can see from my system.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
oh,
says the file, but you didn't click it.
Yeah,
okay,
didn't click
okay.
that file.
Wait
Yeah,
a minute, please.
First share the screen, then on file. First share the screen.
We lost Dr. Alagir. He will come now again. He lost the connection. He's here again. I think, yes, this is a problem. When you don't have a good network, then you can't share it.
Okay, I'm back now.
Yes,
So,
great.
Yeah. Share the screen. Share the screen. Select share the screen. Select that PPT.
okay.
Go
Yes,
to
I
file.
already selected, doctor.
Go to file.
Can you,
Go
okay,
to
file.
file
No,
on the top. Left
No,
side on the top.
if
Yes,
I may
file.
suggest, you go into
Yeah.
the big screen
No.
before you share.
Please, no stress. Let's go.
Go ahead.
Go. Without that, professor cannot do this, so no problem.
Go on.
Let him
So,
continue.
okay, so
okay.
I can say. So,
Right.
Like that, otherwise like that you can do.
Okay. Then move on to the next slide. All right. Okay.
okay, so I already mentioned this
right,
about,
okay.
I already talked
Hard
about the
skill,
hard skill
soft
and
skills,
soft
yeah.
skill. Okay, so now I want to talk the traditional classroom advances. I want to focus on traditional classroom advantages and disadvantages. Already we know the advantages is in-person learning, like allow teachers and students to interact and build a rapport. Value, values and discipline ensure moral development of learners, social skills development, encourage social interaction, and include the social acceptance. Physical and mental health, it is very important for it strikes a balance between physical and mental well-being with the help of an appropriate mix of activities. Experimental learning provides hands-on experience to the learners, thereby helping them apply their knowledge. These all are advantages of traditional classroom. But how about the disadvantage? This is time-bound, involves a strict schedule, which is difficult to bend as per need, high cost, the maintenance cost is very high. Generic methodologies use teaching methods that are not learner specific but generic. Theory-based lesson majorly include theory-based lesson and less activity based due to the lack of time. Physical presence of teachers and learner like requires the teachers and learners to be present under one roof. This is the advantage of traditional classroom. And if we go for the online classroom, as you know, during the pandemic time, our total physical systems moved on the online platform. And on that moment, we used different types of online tools like Google Meet, Zoom, Microsoft Teams, LMS systems, and blended learning systems we used. Also, we use different types of educational tools for the gamification. But that is in online classroom, there is also advantage and disadvantage. And already we already face one disadvantage in our this today's webinar that happened on me just 2 or 3 minutes before. And another was when Professor Sami was explaining his total presentation, suddenly he said, are you hearing me? Are you hearing me? But if we think we are in physical classroom, like we have also a body language and we can hear everything, and like there is no interaction and there is no these types of questions that are you hearing me or not. So in online classroom, the advantage is readily available contents and collaborative contents creations, that is allied educators to collaborate via learning management systems, LMS systems. Familiarity with technology provides exposure to the judicious and resourceful use of technology, time saving, that is faster than traditional lesson as they omit real-time interaction, cost effective, also save the cost of infrastructure and maintenance. And the disadvantage is like we say the latest devices requires the availability of latest gadgets for better results, requires trained professionals. Only technologically proficient educators can keep up with online learning, difficult to maintain and monitor students' attention, and another like struggles to captive learners' attention due to absence of physical presence. Content reforming requires restructuring of contents to fit the LMS format. Plagiarism is a big issue, does not ensure originality due to easy accessibility. Here is the plagiarism. And we face a lot of problem during our online when we are in online platform during the pandemic time. And another look, this is the picture, both traditional classroom like physical classroom and the online classroom. Like both sides we are boring. Why we feel bored? Like we need, for that reason, that solution is interactive learning with fun, immersive learning platform. We need immersive learning platform and interactive learning with fun. The students can easily cope up or adopt the learning system easily when they got some fun. They can play game, they can interact with each other easily. So when the physical classroom or online classroom both, is there no fun, no interaction, no gamifications, so everything is bored. So if we see Then what is immersive learning? Already we know the immersive learning is a learning method which students being immersed into a virtual dialogues. The feelings of presence is used as an evidence of getting immersed. In this picture, like we can see, like this is the classroom, physical classroom, or we can say it traditional classroom. Also, we can say it online platform. In online platform, the teacher can present this with the PowerPoint slides or using the documents, but that is totally bored. On that moment, sometimes students feels math is so hard, but math is not hard. Math is fun. Math is not boring when students will get in immersive learning systems. Here is some example like Oru Global Learning Centers. They already moved on immersive learning environment. This is by using virtual reality, the students, medical students can learn many things by using virtual reality. Now, I want to focus the metaverse, future education. So I already mentioned before my presentation the why we think metaverse for our future education. But and in our present education, and if we see the future education, both the same thing, we need skillful manpower, skillful manpower who can support our industry. So metaverse, when we think the metaverse, as well as we should think about our total education system. Is our total education system suitable in metaverse platform or not? So if we see the metaverse platform like virtual reality education systems, all realities like augmented, virtual, panoramic, 360 degrees, blended, avatars, etc. already we know. All programs like taking all realities in education media and making them seamless, accessible, and searchable across all online programs and courses. Devices allowing all new realities to be used on all personal groups and classroom devices, integrated across all systems like uh, not only if we go the metaverse, also this part we should follow this part like already mentioned augmented reality, virtual reality, program structure, device technological parts we should think, and also integrated other systems like LMS systems, blended learning systems, then career planning systems. We should think about this part. And also we should introduce others emerging technology like already our previous uh, like Professor Samis already mentioned cloud computing, and then we can say is IoT, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, machine learnings. We should include in our metaverse technology. So when we put it all, then we can think, yes, we can go for the future education in metaverse area. Another important part is like I already mentioned, like OBE system, that is outcome based education system. So for the outcome based education system, we follow like to produce school-based educated manpower and fulfill the industry demand. Outcome-based education system is very important. For the future education, we need to comply this system in the metaverse. This system in the metaverse. Why? The object outcome-based education systems follow the Bloom's taxonomy. We already know the Bloom's taxonomy, that there is the layer. First is remember, then understand, then student go for the apply, then student go for the analyze, and then evaluate, and after that the create. So from remember to apply, we can say this is the traditional education system. But when we will go for the analyze, like breaking down information into component parts and judging the value of information or ideas, like this evaluate, then in this area we can easily work with our immersive learning platform like augmented reality. And when we go for the total create, like students will learn, students recognize something, recalling something from the remember, and then student understand that yes, they understand, and what they understand, they are going to apply, and after apply, the breaking down the information into component parts, it's analysis, and the evaluate the judging the value of information or ideas, and then after create the combining parts to make a new whole. So this knowledge transform zone is like virtual reality. So like this way, we can adopt the Bloom's taxonomy systems in our education systems. And if we adapt the Bloom's taxonomy systems in our education systems for OB systems, then we can go for metaverse. There is no argument, I believe. And already I already mentioned this part, like knowledge dimension. If we see the factual knowledge, conceptual knowledge, procedural knowledge, metacognitive knowledge, and here is the Bloom's taxonomy part: remember, understand, apply, analyze, evaluate, and create. And I already mentioned it before.
Dr. Alaji?
Sorry, system is a problem in the systems.
Yes, we see.
Problem in my systems.
Don't worry, don't worry. You show us really an amazing presentation, very useful with a lot of information, insightful. The OBE system with Metaverse, you start from the education, all kinds of education, the application of that, and really, and we come to the Bloom taxonomy. And yes, we know that we always are starting from the Bloom, and that is very necessary. How can we do something if we can't remember that? Then how understand? If we don't understand, we will not apply it, no analyze it. And when you want to say, what about how to evaluate and create it? This is really for this. Yes, we get you
Okay.
now. Great.
Oh, okay. And then after that, we can see the immersive learning. We already know the immersive learning, and now I want to talk about the immersive learning with Metaverse. So immersive learning, like intellectual intelligence, that can we say that is an intelligence that is used measuring analytical skills and cognitive abilities. Emotional intelligence is the ability to understand, use, and manage your own emotion in positive way to relieve stress, communicate effectively, empathize, with others, overcome challenges, and diffuse conflict. Spiritual intelligence, that is defined as the human capacity to ask questions about the ultimate meaning of life and the integrated relationship between us and the world in which we live. And mirror intelligence, already we know about this, the way human interact with the intelligence. These human aspects like intellectual intelligence, emotional intelligence, spiritual intelligence, mirrored intelligence, plus immersive aspects like augmented reality, virtual reality, smart space, MQ mirrored AI, smart glasses, etc. Both together, the integration's result is whole immersive learning for the whole world. So if, and this immersive learning is very much important if we go to online platform for the education systems. This is very much important to establish the online platform. And metaverse can give us this opportunity, immersive learning systems. Then we can say, as our traditional or physical class, we, from the physical class, we got the human aspects, like traditional classroom, like university, physical class. So we are getting human aspects. And this is immersive aspects like augmented reality, virtual reality, smart, all together is go for the metaverse. So in metaverse, if we go metaverse, we are getting intellectual intelligence in metaverse platform, emotional intelligence in metaverse platform, spiritual intelligence in metaverse platform. So this metaverse platform for future education, we cannot say, oh, this is simple online platform and this is boring. No, this is ultimate parallel world. So this is same as like my real world. This education system or that virtual campus is same as like my present physical campus. There will be my human networks like real life, like we can move there with avatar. And if we move the avatar and if we use these artificial intelligence systems like human aspects, if we research many more things regarding the human aspects and immersive aspects, and all together, if we develop immersive learning systems in metaverse systems, then that metaverse will be our future education platform. And this is the last thing. In physical life, in our real life, like we have two parts: incoherence inhibits brain functions and the coherence facilitates brain functions. Like the heart signals especially affect the brain centers involved in strategic thinking, reactions times, and self-regulations. The heart sends far more information to the brain than the brain sends to the heart. Already Professor Sami touched little bit the brain computing, that is another alternate solution. So in our real life, a human being acts like human being's heart and brain is worked like this way. In metaverse, we can feel these feelings by using our VR systems and immersive learning platform. So now I can say Egypt pyramids can be visited while sitting in the classroom. Total world will be our classroom. in metaverse. So what I want to say is, if we say in our physical classroom, we can we can develop our skill, character traits, knowledge. If we say in our education system, we can build all things, we can focus in all things in our metaverse systems. So this is it from me. So I believe the metaverse is the metaverse will be the good solution for our future educations. Like this is the totally immersive platform. Students can enjoy, students can face, students can feel, and whole world will be our university. And like Bangladeshi students can get knowledge from the Canadian professor. Canadian professor can visit here in the metaverse area. So this will be a good solution for our future education. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alaya. Thank you. I particularly like the slide that you showed about the advantages and disadvantages. If you use metaverse, if you use online, especially about plagiarism, and then about the high cost, as you are comparing, the future of education using the old system and using the metaverse. I like that, Dr. Alaya. That was just very very good presentation.
I'm very much sorry for the trouble, like in my presentations.
No,
And I apologize all. Thank
no,
you.
sorry. No, sorry.
Don't worry about it. All right.
Yes, no, sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Alaya. So who's our next speaker, Prof. Nada?
Yes, we have our next speaker, but I want to say that really the students are happy to have Dr. Alagir on this daffodil university. And at the beginning, he put the answer today. Is it important to move the education full to the metaverse? Today, we really are witnessing this big advantages, and I think that this is a great opportunity for the education. It is a really future education using the metaverse with this OBA system and immersive learning with metaverse. So thank you very much, respected Dr. Alagir. A big clap for him. Yes, we are moving forward. We are moving very slowly forward because we are already here 2 hours and 30 minutes and only have 4 speakers. We have still a lot of job. Professor, now we are calling our Professor Rubin Garcia from Peru. Professor Rubin Garcia, please let's enlighten us with the speech, but try now, please, our great eminent speakers, try to give it very shortly, the conclusion, the main things about our topic today. Thank you. Welcome, Professor Rubin Garcia.
Thank you very much.
So we're moving from Bangladesh to Peru now, eh?
Yes.
Peru, yes. Greetings from Peru.
Yes.
Yeah, excellent. Thank
We
you
always like to see our great Professor Rubin Garcia. He has always a smile.
All yours.
Yes, always happy, as you know. Great. This is a very important topic today. Metaverse is was introduced for the first time by Neil Stephenson in 1992. And the science fiction novel Snow Crash is about an immersive and alternative virtual reality. And the internet-connected universe becomes a reality. So the metaverse is an internet-based three-dimensional virtual world where people conduct daily activities using avatars representing the real or imaginary themselves. In a few words, a virtual space became a real world for an alternative life where avatars or digital profiles participate in social activities and in virtual cultural events, but also have an economic life. So how can we apply this metaverse concept in a persistent online 3D universe that combines multiple different virtual spaces? And we bring this in education, and we can think of it as a future iteration of the internet. We can think of it as work by users who are going to meet and socialize together in these three-dimensional spaces. So, and the metaverse isn't fully in existence, but some platforms contain metaverse-like elements now. Video games currently provide the closest metaverse experience on offer. Developers have pushed the boundaries of what a game is through hosting games events and creating virtual economies. Although not required, we also have the cryptocurrencies that can be great fit for a metaverse. They allow for creating a digital economy as well, with different types of utility tokens and virtual collectibles. We are referring, for example, in the accountancy, in education, could be very fruitful. The metaverse will also benefit from the use of crypto wallets, again, accountancy, such as Trust Wallet and MetaMask. Also, blockchain technology can provide transparent and reliable governance systems. Speaking of blockchain, metaverse-like applications already exist and provide people with livable incomes. Axie Infinity is one play-to-earn game that many users play to support their income. Second Life and Decentraland are other examples of successfully mixing the blockchain world and the virtual reality apps. When we look to the future, big tech giants are trying to lead the way. However, the decentralized aspects of the blockchain industry is letting the smaller players participate in the metaverse's development as well. Beyond capabilities, augmented reality can facilitate education for medical students by providing a three-dimensional environment closer to reality. In this context, there are possibilities beyond augmented reality, which is only a simulation of reality, and that's stronger in conveying emotions close to reality. Therefore, it is suggested that in medical education, special attention be paid to the use of metaverse. And that's why the authorities might plan to use this technology. In recent years, the metaverse technologies in the education sector have gained significant momentum. Virtual reality that emphasizes visualization-based learning concepts is widely used to transform traditional teaching approaches. The implementation of these technologies in education processes has grown in relevance, particularly in pandemic processes like as COVID-19. While face-to-face contact becomes more difficult as COVID-19 spreads, previously thought to be offline activities are changing to virtual reality and swiftly expand to education. Medical care, fashion, and other industries. The COVID pandemic has also brought changes in education with the emergence of webinars and online courses for residents. Metaverse can turn the educational system upside down by making lessons more dynamic, giving the resident the opportunity to participate and interact with peers and teachers in a more hands-on way. The metaverse is a three-dimensional virtual environment already populated by our students. In the form of avatars, their unique personas happily collaborate in spaces such as Roblox and Minecraft. After 2 years of being fully online, remote learning became associated with the fatigue from business model video conferencing tools such as Zoom, Microsoft Teams, and Google Meet. It is time to consider the adoption of customizable metaverse platforms where educators and their students can safely teach and learn again in the same space. We have to be very determined to apply metaverse in education that we have to design for learning. Additionally, we have platforms that support multiple entry points for engagement, representation, action, and expression. Research in metaverse consists largely of two main strands. The first strand focuses on technical aspects of the metaverse in terms of technologies, applications, opportunities, developments, trends, challenges, open issues, also agendas, conceptual frameworks, and so on. The second strand centers on the negative implications of metaverse. There is a lot to do to apply this metaverse concept, but we need to know what the future holds. In education, it's very important the research on different kinds of learning processes, learning practices, learning skills. As the speakers before my participation fully explained about the way we learn, we have to go to what our students are experiencing now and fully developed the positive things in applying this metaverse in education. Education, as we know, is the powerful tool for having good results, good outcomes. The nation is powerful because of the educated people they have. This is the more powerful tool that we have to defend ourselves facing on obstacles. Well-educated people are prepared to face difficult situations any part of the world. And we like to apply all the new concepts, but fully researched in this way and assuring the good result, making sure that this really works for the benefit of the students worldwide. Thank you very much for your kind invitation. Greetings from Lima, Peru.
Very concise and very nicely put, Professor Garcia. I like the two strands that you were mentioning about just now before you ended. Yeah, the first strand was talking about the technology, and the second strand, I think you were talking about what the future holds for learning. Am I right? Those were the two strands that you were talking about. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Prof. Nada.
Yes, Yes, thank you, Professor Ruben Garcia. What to say? Great, like always. We like it. We here learn, and from your side, Professor Carudin already say thank you for being with us. Now we are moving again to India. We have a great personality. We have an amazing woman, a great leader. She is our great ER Sanesh Bardwai. Welcome, my beautiful Sanesh. The IIU stage is yours.
Oh, you are there.
Professor
Thank you.
Carudin, please, after the speech and presentation.
Thank you, Professor Nada. Thank you, Professor Kerudin, for inviting me, and my special thanks to Professor Pradipta Mondal for inviting me such a lovely conference. And I was hearing to all the eminent speakers, and they have been phenomenally great in their own presentations. So keeping time as a constraining factor, because we have a lot of speakers, I'm going to make it quick, short, and crisp. Right. So let me just take it straight. I'll not go into the technical side of it, but yes, I will be talking much more from the layman side of it, because I believe technical people can understand the technological concepts more closely, but it is also high time that we make it so simplified that even a common man can understand and connect to the technology so well. And that's what I think we should look into. So my key focus here will be to make the concept look so simplified that yes, everybody who is connected onto the platform can see to it that how this entire metaverse is a kind of boon to the industry if they really use it in the real sense. So metaverse, when I talk about educational wonders, edtech companies are eager to enhance the learning experience by creating multiple words that aid students in developing a deeper understanding of particular subjects. Even though the metaverse is still in its infancy, if I will talk at the moment. This is further encouraging the sale of metaverse in the edtech market. You will be completely mind blowing. In the future, I believe the metaverse may enable students to create their own virtual worlds where they can interact with other students and share their experiences. The metaverse adopts a simple strategy by incorporating technology. It involves enhancing conventional learning methods and streamlining learning by providing a practical hands-on experience. I'll not go into the detail of what is metaverse, because so far all my prior eminent speakers have wonderfully explained what the metaverse is in the deep concept. But quickly, in a simplified manner, let me tell you, it is a combination where we use technologies like blockchain, NFTs, finally create a truly decentralized digital world. Right? Depending on who you ask, the metaverse could be just a digital representation in a simple sense of physical assets that can be used for monitoring and simulating different scenarios. Other version now, if we have to focus on virtual reality applications for various industries such as retail, real estate, product testing, or manufacturing. Now, from attending virtual classroom to buying a digital land and constructing virtual homes, these activities are currently conducted in separate environments. Eventually, they will take place in a single environment, so-called the metaverse. So if I define it, it's a collective virtual shared space created by the convergence of virtually enhanced physical and digital reality. So it will be powered by a virtual economy, enabled by digital currencies, and I think our very first honorable speaker spoke very beautifully about NFTs, right? Now I'm going to focus second point very deeply on how will metaverse help in education. However, the metaverse can aid sectors apart from entertainment too. With the popularity of online learning growing, educators, instructors, institutions, and others are seeking ways to make remote learning more engaging and participatory. Educators can design rooms to meet their own educational needs VR, that is nothing but your virtual reality in education. In theoretical concept, any skills that we learn by doing, that's the key word, learn by doing, could be improved with immersive training. So the opportunities for VR in education in the metaverse are enormous. Now, question arises, will the metaverse replace the real world? Now, that's a real practical question we need to think about, right? So far, we have beautifully spoken about the all plus signs of metaverse. But let's also see the second flip side of the coin, and that's called, does it going to replace the real world? While the metaverse can effectively enable and expand the access to certain aspects of work and consumption, from live events and experiences to digital art and avatar skins, it will never replace our basic need for face-to-face interaction and connection, even in a business setting. In brief, if I talk about what are the applications of metaverse broadly, so if I talk from the practical and powerful business applications, first, it helps you to enhance the social media experience. Second, if I talk from the business communication side, it helps you to communicate better and optimize productively. Third one is immersive sales and marketing is the core fundamental and powerful use of the technology. Revolutionized online education. Fifth one would be futuristic blockchain applications. And sixth one would be the future of entertainment. So if I take the very, I would say, special examples for education model that could be transformed by wider access, by the rich learning opportunities offered by the metaverse. Think about the metaverse being used as a platform for providing directed education, as well as personalized learning experiences, depending on your own learning styles and ability to master your content. Almost all aspects of the metaverse could be used for higher education and online education. So there are already many places, like if we talk about Facebook, that exist within the VR space, right? Which people can take advantage of, but if they have access to appropriate tools. Using VR for online teaching is not a new concept, but it is one that could see more users in the future through platforms like Metaverse. The virtual learning environment allows for everyone to access from anywhere, a benefit shared by current metaverse learning environments. With metaverse on the table, I believe the education technology industry is looking at offering a 3D learning experiences in which students as virtual avatars of themselves learn while engaging with case studies that they might not have the other access points. Education sector can leverage the benefits of the metaverse in several ways. For example, virtual 3D classrooms, digital learning, virtual campus activities, interdisciplinary learnings, creating simulating real life situations, bringing awareness, virtual tours, events, and people. So how would the whole concept of metaverse works? Because we have so many, part by part, we have defined so much in terms of AR, augmented reality, VR in terms of virtual reality. In quick short note, if I talk about, in order to create an integrated universe, no one company would be able to own the concept of metaverse, but just a very handful of tech companies control the internet as it is now. So we might find some players trying to control the areas of metaverse as usual, when it generally happens when anything new being launched. Once you're able to put on your own new AR glasses and you suddenly see these holograms walking around in the world, then you will know who you are now inside of the metaverse. but no one exactly knows how it is going to work or even if it will be possible. One theory is that companies will build their platforms to be compatible, inclusive, allowing users to jump between them in the same way as moving from one tab to the next in the browser. If in deeper, slightly onto the deeper concept, four major sectors in education where it can just create wonders is that first, it brings the curriculum up to date. The world is constantly changing with new technologies and schools of thoughts emerging all the time. It is easy to lag a step behind, but the metaverse has the potential to make the whole world look like a classroom with data bytes embedded all over the real world. Gamification, the second major use. Following on from the first point, one of the greatest potential benefits of the metaverse in education is how it could gamify learning. The virtual world, with its emphasis on collaboration and completing tasks, could make schools feel like a video game, with lessons structured like quests, motivating students to finish their work. Third, very major sector where it can really help you to a large extent to just gamify your entire game is promotes interdisciplinary learning and encourages practical application of theory. VR-based teaching has the capability to break down the barriers between subjects, helping to demonstrate how difficult different theories can be applied to real life situations. Furthermore, practical tasks like wiring a plug, installing a drain, and even advanced medical skills like surgery could be taught using VR in the future, consolidating learning without the worry of real world consequences. Last but not the least is it helps you to improve the test results. Now, studies across the different dimensions and zones has shown that the use of VR in classrooms has a positive effect on exam results. Typically, if we talk about students' outcome in terms of their results, I think after the uses of VR technology, they found a significant improvement. So I believe the metaverse has many potential applications across multiple areas of our lives, and it do have the entire chance to enhance our world, which we are waiting right now to see with the major changes. So I think what we need to do is we need to embrace the change, we need to follow the change, and we should be ready with all our learning with an open mind to embrace this new change journey in the right positive frame of mind. That's all from my side. Thank you, everyone. Thank you once again for inviting me on this beautiful platform. Love, light, and peace to all of you.
Yes.
Take care.
Wow.
Thank you.
Yes,
Wow.
yes, love,
Wow.
life, peace to all. I think that our great Air Sonesh already said a phenomenal presentation, and
Yes,
she's
absolutely.
an
I couldn't agree
amazing
more.
woman. She's
Yeah,
Thank
amazing.
you,
you're right.
Professor Nada.
And listen, I think that not I don't need to say no word because this was really
Awesome.
yes, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
But
you.
thank you very much.
may I just I have to say this because I think she Sona's really was did beautiful.
Ha,
She
ha, ha.
beautifully crystallized metaverse and the future of education. And in a language, in a non-technical way, in a layman's language. And the other one that I like when she was concluding it, she was giving the narrative, a positive potential of metaverse, narrative. And also, if I can mention, she did mention a very important thing, the what they call the encouragement or the outcome of interdisciplinary learning. I think some of the things that she picked is awesome and really, crystallize the topic. Thank you very much. So next,
Professor
Thank you.
Kerudim.
Thank you so much.
Professor Kerudim, who is
yes, Prof. Nada.
she's an economic woman, she's in
Yes.
the field of economy, And she has the education in her small finger. So,
Yeah.
yes,
I
I
think
can
I'm
see that.
blessed to have a learning platform with all of you legendary eminent speakers. I'm blessed, truly blessed. Thank you, everyone.
yes. Thank you. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Wonderful. Moving forward, we are still in India. We have a great personality, also a woman, now little woman, Dr.
Who's that?
Dr. Pramod. Be prepared after. We have Miss Aisat Ruxana. I am with her few days. So today, continuing to be with her on the same platform. Welcome.
Where is I can't see her. Where is she?
Aisat.
Am I visible right now?
No,
No.
I'm not. You're not visible.
Yes,
Okay.
now, yes.
Yeah. Roxana, now I can see you now. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for my screen to get loaded. Okay, hello everyone. This is Aisha Rukhsana from
Hello.
India, who is currently here to be the speaker for this session to talk on the topic, the role of Metaverse in the future education. I hope I'm the youngest person right here because I'm just 18 years old, but
Yes,
that
you
doesn't mean
are.
I am here.
Oh, wow.
I am here to talk about the future era that I will be using, that is the metaverse. So I'd like to begin with a small quote. So the metaverse has come here to change the way how we learn, earn, and how we connect to one another. Okay, so the table of contents for this specific post is about introduction, application, workspace, education, and metaverse, where we will be discussing about the technologies used and everything of that sort. And then there will be the 6 stages by which the metaverse can aid in education and about the conclusion. Okay, so I'm very excited to begin with my introduction, to be very honest. See, so the metaverse is a concept of persistent online 3D universe that combines multiple different virtual spaces. So you can think of it as a future iteration of the internet. So the metaverse will allow the users to work, meet, game, code, and socialize together in these 3D spaces. So when it comes to applications, we have the 9 applications. So the first application would be of the blockchain. Then we have the tech games, and then we have the video games, which are very crucial, as it has been already explained by one of the speakers before. And then we have the application of metaverse in entertainment sector, in smart cities, and in problem solving, and also in work, education, and healthcare. So the metaverse workspace, when we discuss about this, we have no clue how it actually works, right? So today I wanted to dive deep into this. So the metaverse workplace will be more of a hybrid, but a very current remote work models. So the employers will be needed to develop a platform vision that includes a deeper understanding of their work and how it has to be accomplished in a digital world. So the specialists in AI, blockchain, digital ecosystems, and quantum computing will be working in tandem with existing departments to redesign the workplace, to develop or modify products and services, and to identify customers or markets that have opened up in the new VR setting. So the workplace and HR policies will also need to be evolved to accommodate the challenges of getting the work and social profiles separated and how people interact appropriately. So when we talk about the education and metaverse, it has still been an fancy term. So the idea of metaverse is not a brand new one. And in contrast, it was already heard in science fiction novels such as No Crash, Stephenson, and drew some attention with the movie version of the novel, which is entitled as Ready Player One. So why I'm talking about novels and movie version is because the current peoples are kind of infused with the environment with respect to entertainment. So I really want you all to watch these movies so that you can get an idea about these metaverses. So there we've already known and popular examples such as, Second Life and the massively multiplayer online role-playing game of the world of Warcraft. So this has attracted attention of millions of people. And when we talk about this entire thing, it all created a buzz around Metaverse when Mark Zuckerberg officially announced the Metaverse project on the year 2021 in October. So many educators and researchers started providing several future agendas and implementation scenarios in their learning practices, and the increasing interest in the educational landscape may stem from a wide range of possibilities, including the virtual space that offers real-life representation of selves, which possibly enhance the social aspect of teaching and learning. So, however, the term is relatively new, and there is a need to, actually examine the state of the art and about the research of the metaverse. And then this is where the entire study steps in. So, the new generation of virtual reality headsets is the portal to the metaverse. Just as we need some portals in order to go into another world, we need these headsets in order to go into the metaverse. So the head-mounted VR displays, those engulf the senses and offer an unrevealed sense of embodied presence. So the users can move freely through a digital 3D scenario and interact with the world around them with their hands and just like the real life. And this would be very great, right? So when we talk about VR technology, this is mature enough to and it's not no longer a part of Gartner's hype cycle, and it is becoming affordable under, and to be very specific, I would tell you that it is coming under $300 to address global capability gaps, and an internet connection is not even necessary for a single player session. So the VR engages the brain motor system and builds muscle memory. So just like a flight simulator and that prepares the pilots for emergency landing, VR can train anything. When I say anything, I mean it. From farming skills to firefighting skills, these play a unique strength of Metaverse include spatial training, such as involving the hands and bodies of tasks that are too dangerous, expensive, inconvenient, or simply impossible to practice in real life. So the other examples would include simulating scenarios for routine and abnormal operations, emergency response, stressful workplace situations, critical procedures, and high consequence events, and all in a safe and controlled environment that can be repeated until it becomes second nature. So the technologies used in Metaverse. Before I go any further, I would like to tell you all that this goes with accordance with virtual reality and augmented reality. So the metaverse is a pure combination of VR and AR. So now let's quickly dive in deeper into the technologies that are used and the tools that are used in metaverse for education. So for the modeling and simulation, the Open Simulator, OpenSim, and SketchUp, Autodesk, Unity, Blender are used. For the mobile, we have the two varieties, that is iOS and Android, and the geospatial mobility. And for the sensors and wearable, we have Microsoft HoloLens. I'm just pointing out with my arrow so that you can dive deeply into it as well. So Microsoft HoloLens, two smart glasses, and also eye blinking can also be used as these sensors. So when it comes to immersive, the virtual reality of the VR is used, and MUVE, which is the multi-user virtual environment, it is also used. The mixed reality, which is MR, and augmented reality are used, although VR and AR play a very important role right here. So when it comes to artificial intelligence for education with Metaverse, it includes neurosymbolic AI, conventional neural network, and machine learning in semantic database modeling. So when it comes to game application, we already know it is none other than the Pokemon Go. And I remember though there will be many kids in their small ages who would be playing Pokemon Go and will be like, they would be a heavy fan of Pokemon Go. But nevertheless, it's not something that is going to end right there. We are going to have it on the board as well. So the platforms are, as you can see, it is MOOC and it's hot potatoes, Moodles, institutional learning management system, LMS. And here are a few of the platforms that you can visit as well. So our percentage. The Metaverse researchers has been taken up in higher education with 62.9%, in higher secondary education with 11.4%, and in secondary education with 2.9%. So we are closely into the conclusion. Let me just quickly tell you all about the 8 ways on which Meta can aid education. So the first way of everything is to learn. Metaverse with education will be helping the people to learn and connect in an immersive virtual campus. It will be an experiential learning because we are going to learn something, but we are going to learn it in a different way and in a different mode. So it helps to enhance the real world skilling in virtual and hybrid environment, and it allows us to practice in a deliberate way. So when it comes to building, it builds the human capabilities in interpersonal or difficult situation, and it increases the data capture on learning performances. So it improves accessibility for people with disabilities, and it explores the visualization, which is very essential for the current era. So it is really hard for me to leave this space, but still, due to time constraint, I have to leave. So the metaverse in education is still in its infancy, which means that there will be many blessings and curses. So metaphorically, if I have to say, as in the case of rush to the goal in the Wild West, now there is a rush to the meta goal, which implies that we should approach with caution due to a wide range of reasons. Because we are not familiar with this, and we also have to have this in mind because, again, as in the discovery of American continent, the metaverse has many potential which motivate many investors to colonize it. And they use it for profit purposes, and also they build new communities where they exploit them. So this has to be noted, and this has to be approached with caution. And if that is the case, we should, critically ask ourselves, how will we position the teaching and learning? Besides, there are other critical questions to ask. For instance, under the influence of edtech companies, how will we grant agency and empower learners? This is a must question that I leave to you all to answer. And how will we protect them in an algorithm-driven space? And to be very specific, is it a free new virtual world, or is it a virtual world where all are chained with digital handcuffs? We all should ask these questions to ourselves. But perhaps, we should think twice before logging in the metaverse to query if we sacrifice anything. And that's the end, everyone. Thank you so much for listening to me till this extent. And if you have any questions, please do drop them in case I'll try to explain, or we have a lot of people right here who are experts in this who can do a great job. Thank you.
Aisha, I want to answer immediately to your last question. Okay, spontaneously, I'm responding. We are already being handcuffed. We are being chained in a digital handcuff. That's how I look at it. I don't know, Prof. Nada, what do you think?
What to say? Great, Aishan. She explained us the whole complete role of metaverse in the future education, the application on the 3. I like this mind map where this mind map says is a whole important thing of what we need to know about the metaverse, and her 8 ways on what we need and on what can aid education. The conclusion, amazing. What to say about our Aisha? She is doing a great job. She's a wonderful.
Yeah, I agree with you.
She has only 18 years, but she's an expert. She's a
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more with you, Prof. Nada.
yes,
Excellent. Superb.
Yes. Wonderful.
Let's give her another big hand of applause.
Yes. Now we are moving forward. we have our great Dr. Pramod Mahajan. Welcome.
Sorry, Dr. Pramod, to keep you waiting. I saw you have been
Please
very
unmute
diligently
yourself.
following us from the start.
Yes, please unmute yourself, Dr. Pramod.
Unmute.
Yeah,
No,
thank you.
I was saying that you have been diligently following us from the start. Thank you very much.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good morning, whatever be applicable as per the country. And yes, today we are discussing about the role of metaverse in the field of education. Metaverse and education, both are the future. Both are the things which world is needing. So time concern is there. Let me share my screen and then slowly we will discuss all those points
You
in a
can.
crisp manner. Yeah, is my screen visible?
Not a full screen.
Yes. Full screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, great.
Full screen.
Wonderful.
Full screen. Yeah.
Great.
Wonderful.
So the role of metaverse in the future of education. It's all about education, education, and education. Now you can see this slide is also one kind of metaverse. And if you see my background, that is also today I have chosen from Metaverse City. This is one of the Metaverse City. We'll be discussing about what is metaverse, example, definition, and digital transformation. From the student's perspective, how we are going to realize the metaverse in the field of education, that is important. For that, what we have to see the future aspects to develop it. We have to see beyond the universe aspect. The metaverse real meaning is beyond the universe. So when we are thinking about beyond the universe, that is in true sense the metaverse. Meta is beyond, verse is universe. How does it matter if you are using artificial intelligence, augmented reality, virtual reality, mixed reality, contest and skills? Can go beyond the universe, and augmented and virtual and real-time resources. It's a combination of augmented reality, virtual reality, mixed reality, and the real-time resources. For that, a lot of assessments and a lot of work has to be done. And yes, the next step is what will be the next and what will be the next step to develop it. It all about this metaverse is used to focus on removing the logical contradiction, creating the logical sequencing, rejecting so many technologies and modifying other one by critical thinking. In true sense, what is metaverse? These are the examples of metaverse. We can say extended virtual reality. We can say augmented reality with the real time resources. We can say mixed reality, again providing more interaction with the digital overlays. We can say over the last few years, the term metaverse, will be connected with complete ecosystem. The vision for a seamless metaverse has not been realized yet. Yeah, this point has to be noted. Metaverse yet to exit in its complete format. What we are seeing is simple part of a metaverse only. Metaverse yet to exit in the complete format. What we are doing is visualizing devices, data collection, transfers, digital, converting into the 3D, and showing something which is in the real form, but actually it is virtual. The metaverse is massively scalable, persistent network of interconnected virtual world focused on real-time interaction where people can work socially, interact, transcript, play, and even create. It uses advanced virtualization technologies to fully immerse the user into the virtual world. These are some variety of examples of those virtual worlds. We have reached up to this level, but this is not the complete form of a metaverse. Definition of metaverse, if we have to see, it is a concept of an online 3D virtual space connected users in all aspects of their lives. It will connect it with multiple platforms similar to the internet, containing different websites accessible through a single browser. Accessible to a single browser, variety of websites with 3D and virtual space connection. The concept was developed in the science fiction novel Snow Crash by Neil Stephenson. However, while the idea of metaverse was once fiction, it is now looks like a reality. Metaverse will be driven by augmented reality, with each user controlling a character or particular avatar. We wanted to understand why VR users habitually use the handset. These are the aspects. In true sense, what is the history and what is the future of metaverse? Kindly focus on this small video. There are a lot of variety of aspects of metaverse has been explained. When I was doing the research on metaverse, I found this one, and this is actually very unique. So let us focus on this video.
A lot of people would
Is the sound coming?
argue that the internet is one of the greatest
Is
inventions
the
ever.
sound
You
coming?
have all the knowledge in the
Yes,
world.
yes, it's okay.
Yes, thank you.
Everything is okay.
Thank you.
A lot of people would argue that the internet is one of the greatest inventions ever.
But it's
You have
not.
all the knowledge in the world at your fingertips. But it still has a very small drawback. It is not very interactive. Imagine if instead of seeing the internet on screen,
So
you
metaverse
could
is
actually
interactive
enter it
internet.
and perceive it as your environment. And this brings in the concept of the metaverse.
Beyond the
Coined by
universe.
Neil Stephenson in his novel Snow Crash, the metaverse refers to a collection of virtual reality rooms which are connected to a perceived virtual universe similar to the internet. The word metaverse is made up of the prefix meta, which means beyond, and the stem verse, which is a back formation from the word universe. The term is typically used to describe the concept
See
of
the
a
effect of
future
metaverse.
iteration of the internet made up of persistent, shared 3D virtual spaces linked to a perceived
Real
virtual
buildings
universe.
in the
The
virtual
metaverse,
format.
in a broader sense, may not only refer to virtual worlds, but the internet as a whole, including the entire spectrum of augmented reality. Think of it as an internet that you're inside of rather than one that you're looking
Imagination,
at.
dream, and it
This
will be there.
digital realm wouldn't be limited to devices. Avatars could walk around in cyberspaces similar to how people maneuver the physical world, allowing users to interact with people on the other side of the planet as if they're in the
Interaction will
same
be there
room
other
with
side
them.
the planet. People are
It
seeing the
refers to
metaverse
shared
in the complete
virtual
form.
worlds where lands, buildings, avatars, and even names can be bought and sold, often using cryptocurrency. In these environments,
That is
people can
NFT.
wander around with friends, visit buildings, buy goods and services, and attend events. The metaverse would work similar to the internet. You would have to log in and connect to it with a virtual reality headset, which is a head mounted display. You can then interact with objects like you normally would. Instead of seeing images on a screen, they would be projected onto your eyes, making it feel like you're in a
Projected
virtual
on your
world.
eyes.
The metaverse
Images
wouldn't replace the
projected on your
internet,
eyes. That's
but
the
would be an
metaverse.
iteration of it. Instead of just texting your friends, you could actually meet them or their avatars online. The internet helped us find our tribe of friends that were going through the same thing as us. Reddit communities, Facebook groups, blogs, chat rooms, all of these gave us a chance to anonymously vent our frustrations and receive genuine help without feeling too exposed. There is
Integration
also a
of
high
all the
level of
websites, all
anonymity
the webs on
involved.
a
The metaverse will take
one
the same
platform with
greatness
a
that the
single click.
internet brought us
That
in
is
the way of
metaverse.
support, except add the physical presence and real-time interactions. It'll still remain anonymous if desired and add a personal touch to everything that you were doing before on the internet.
Personal
For
touch, real
example,
feeling,
in the
real
present day
touch
scenario, collaborating on
under the
projects
virtual
at work
background.
consists of a conference room meeting. Or you send out memos and people report back to you individually. The metaverse will allow us to collaborate on the same project, but we will also be digitally besides our co-workers.
Digital avatar
It will
of
connect the two disparate
real people.
experiences of FaceTime and
Metaverse.
Google Docs, allowing for unbridled collaborations and a feeling of being in the same room. You could go on virtual dates with strangers or travel the world with Google Maps on virtual reality headsets. Google Earth has already done some of the heavy lifting when it comes to bringing the physical world into a digitally native format. You can already view a street in any corner of the world on maps. Imagine doing that with VR headsets on. Online shopping would also change, with personalized avatars that can try out clothes online. But
You
for a
can try
robust
yourself.
virtual universe, everyone needs to want and afford VR headsets. The technology would need to be stylish and minimal enough to interest more people and sophisticated enough to work seamlessly. This has not happened as of yet. However, several large tech companies are chasing down the metaverse. Facebook bought Oculus in 2014 with this metaverse vision in mind and has launched a new product group to build a new 3D social space, calling for a connective tissue to bridge varying services. Microsoft is working to build an enterprise metaverse, and Epic Games has raised
They are
$1
the player
billion
in the field of
to spend on
metaverse.
its metaverse plans.
Facebook,
Nvidia and
Microsoft,
Roblox are also working in this realm.
Roblox,
Apple also has
Apple.
long-time AR ambitions. Other firms are investing in the metaverse vision because they don't want to risk getting left behind, while some are experimenting to see what the possibilities are. But there's still room for startups, since a digital world would require lots of content, tools, and places for people to see and engage with. The future of the metaverse is bright and filled with possibilities, along with a lot of scope
bright and
for
vivid
development
possibilities
and
of the
research.
future.
We hope that you enjoyed this video on the metaverse. Do give this video a thumbs up and don't forget to subscribe to
What we have to think deep, yet the metaverse does not actually exist completely. I'm again repeating it, yet the metaverse does not actually exist completely. The metaverse needs to be inclusive, may offer great potential for educators. The blueprint of metaverse for education is still being designed. Things are happening, but not yet completely. Metaverse examples, Meta Horizon Worlds. The Facebook launched a virtual meeting room environment which can be accessed via VR headsets. The Horizon Worlds, it allows interacting with peer in virtual meeting. Microsoft Mesh platform. Microsoft is also pushing into the mixed and extended reality. Minecraft, over 150 million users are regularly playing the Lego-like game, which is actually a part of a metaverse only. So these are the four main players doing something great in that field, but yet to exit completely. Digital transformation because of metaverse. From Black Death 40th century to COVID 21st century, COVID-19 21st century. Lot of changes. Digital technology, big data, AI, Internet of Things, cloud, 5G, 6G. 5G, forget about that. We are thinking about the 6G. That's the which model. Machine learning, deep learning. These are all the various components of metaverse only. Supervised learning, data source, analytic techniques, visualization, and application. These are the modules, small modules of metaverse. High-tech technology that allows people to experience the real world in computation form. That is also a part of metaverse. Intelligent technologies and services. Disney World already formatted into the metaverse platform. Smart cities, smart farmhouses. Today, you sow the seed and tomorrow you cut the fruits. That is also happening. That's a metaverse. Not only in the technological form, but farming, agriculture. The time period is being reduced. Like for the sweet corn, it takes, because I belong to the farming community, I know that thing, it takes more than 165 days. With the metaverse farming, it can be done within the 16 days only. So wow, that will be the future of metaverse, something great. Next generation mobile communication, already you can do that thing, but still further aspect, real touch, real. Suppose somebody is kissing to his boyfriend or girlfriend, the real sense it will come to the metaverse. That yet to, we have to wait for that, those moments. Uber is already doing so many things in that field. Sharing economy, crowdsourcing model, that is another aspect. It's not only the NFT, but the crowdsourcing model, blockchain, subsidiary economy. These are the various futuristic aspects of the metaverse. Implementing machines, equipment, all those things are also there. Performing arts, interest, ceremony, experience, training, simulators, simulation in the field of education. Particularly, what role will be played by the metaverse in the education? I would like to finish with this statement because time is limited. Otherwise, I should have explained furthermore. So what is happening in the field of education by using metaverse?
Augmented reality in education. Education is one of the industries that is very actively being disrupted by technology and digitalization.
The definition of
new learning formats leads to greater student engagement, which in turn makes the knowledge and skills stay longer. This adapting technological solution
bringing the whole thing within the classroom.
Education can rather be flexible when it concerns the method of increasing student engagement and interest in learning. Online courses, chat box, gamification, and of course, virtual and augmented reality. Today, you can find all of them in the curricula of both primary schools and universities.
See the live functioning of a heart. Very much possible.
The upcoming lessons. Before we dive deep, let's recall briefly what augmented reality is about. From its name, we can conclude that the technology augments the world around us. It does it by overlaying the virtual object over the real image.
We have reached up to this level.
Screens.
Beyond this,
some of its advanced applications require special AR classes such as Microsoft HoloLens. Usually, AR objects are created either by Microsoft photos of the real object or by 3D modeling. To place virtual object on screen, augmented reality apps use either special markers such as QR codes, geolocation data, or
various layers of the art.
In AR apps, user can either watch the virtual object or
putting the whole universe on the desk of a student.
As compared to the virtual reality,
that is the future.
Application runs on
That's the role of a metaverse in the future of education.
This makes augmented reality technology special.
The day will come, the classrooms will be like this.
Industry. Many education apps include printable markers that teacher can
Metaverse platform classroom.
But what is different from the virtual reality? Although they both use the same tools and technology, the main difference between them is where virtual reality aims to replace the real world, while
virtual reality will replace the real world.
But how augmented reality is being used in education? Let's explore. By asking the student to download an augmented reality app that can enhance the learning process, the teacher gets an additional tool for boosting the student interest in the lesson. AR makes the educational content richer and more engaging.
More engaging and richer education
but how
content.
AR is enhancing learning in the classroom? AR allows us to
not only engagement, attainment, progress, everything will enhance.
Many institutions still use
see the magic of metaverse, how it will change this
learning method to a new level.
This concept into the virtual world.
Can recreate dynamic and interactive 3D models of almost any object like a beating heart or
taking out various layers and explaining
in
real functioning.
Reality app, nothing is impossible. Dinosaurs, space bodies, chemical compound, internal organs, natural phenomena, anything can be made into 3D models to add visual support to the topic of the study. For example, the org that designed for elementary schools offer a couple of dozen of AR courses aimed at making young students love learning. Better sensation of size and perspective. With AR, you can manipulate objects by the hand gestures and can visually gauge the size, shape, and position of the objects. Seeing the shapes in 3D making cross sections can help build much more solid knowledge than reading books. High interactivity.
High interactivity.
In AR, student can manipulate
360-degree
as if they are
interactivity.
real. This helps the learning process tremendously as it creates a more complete picture of the object. Interactivity also gives a higher degree
This will
of
be the new
autonomy to
feature.
students. They can study the subject using
Labeling
their own scenario instead of
by
following the
default.
prescribed one. In addition to the greater engagement, interactive AR apps gives students the feeling of freedom and control over the learning process.
This is the metaverse.
Faster learning.
Learning will be faster, engagement will be
Augmented
maximum,
reality allows adding various
degree of
information to
retention
the
and
object on the screen.
understanding will
This
be
feature
more.
is widely used in the tourist apps. Education can use this feature too, like if you point the camera at the banana, you can see its nutritional info. By placing the additional information next to the corresponding object creates a stronger link between the object image and its data. Therefore, the knowledge is created faster and retained longer. Stimulation of multiple senses. It is a known fact that our memory works best when
All the
multiple senses are
multiple
involved.
senses will be
AR
simulated
and AR help
and
the student get a more
synchronized.
complete picture of what they are studying. Augmented reality can show us the process from inside, demonstrating how different parts of the heart function. The sound of the heartbeat completes the picture. There are also apps involving multiple senses like Zubazam, featuring dozens of animals. Their realistic sounds make the young student amazed and want more. AR offers seamless interaction between the real and virtual worlds, helping learner to interact with the object or event in a natural way. Augmented
Learner
reality
will
has
be
the power to change
interacting
how
with
we
the
use computers,
objects.
and its potential in education is just a beginning. AR is the future of education.
That's from my side. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I finished today before time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Dr. Pramod. You scare me with your very deep, information about metaverse, which reminds me of what Rukhsana just said before you. She was asking, are we chained by digital cuffs? So from your description, I think we already are.
Yeah, we are already.
It looks like we are already. Huh? There's no escape. Am I right, Dr. Pramod?
Yeah, yes,
That's
yes,
right.
certainly.
Thank you. That was an awesome, excellent presentation. Thank you, Dr. Pramod.
Yes, Dr. Pramod,
Nana.
always excellent. I want to say we really enjoy, we learn. So
A lot, yeah.
our experts we have here today, all eminent global experts from this field. So we are here to learn. They share their knowledge and really amazing. Thank you so much, Dr. Pramod, for this. I like this through with the combination with the videos in Powtoon Make, and this is the way not only how we learn. This is the way how we need to educate and teach our students. It needs to be very dynamic and exchange all the methods of learning, gamification, flipping classroom, and all of this education methods. Thank you. Big.
Yeah, we have to use all those things, because the attention span of a Z generation learner is 8 to 10 seconds.
Yes.
So if you are giving the lecture, they won't understand anything. So within that 8 to 10 seconds, we have to, grip them.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Enough one great infographic, one click, because they don't watch it. They only once look at the photo or anything. So that is today's point, that we really need to be. We are moderators, but we need to be on the highest level of our education if we want to motivate them. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Professor. Thank you so much, Dr. Pramod. We are moving forward. We are going to a beautiful land, and we have a beautiful personality coming. Our great Dr. Ramiro Bautista, Professor Dr. Ramiro Bautista. Welcome. The IIU stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Nada. Please allow me to share my screen.
You can share, yes. We are really honored to have you here today on this topic and this platform.
Thank you very much. I will be talking much on the practical side of metaverse as applied in education. So the title of my presentation actually is Metaverse, the future of education in the de-VUCA world. So it's no longer VUCA now, it's now a de-VUCA world with that of the disruption that we have during the pandemic, and we now have the diversity. And here comes now the reason why we have the metaverse. So the pandemic actually is the impetus of metaverse here in the Philippines. And I want to conclude as early as now that the infusion of metaverse in education is actually a power of the wheel. Okay, so I think my slide is frozen for a while.
No problem, you can share again.
All right,
Okay.
so I think I am good now.
Yes, yes, you are.
So
Digital
what future direction is the region heading to, especially here in the ASEAN region? And I'm quoting now the digital revolution of the ASEAN 2025, wherein our lives, our daily lives will go digital. Second is the local champions will be leading the way. And there are many innovations in the classroom, and particularly in the Philippines, we need to innovate to cope up with the needs of the time. And of course, we're going to embrace the Industry 5.0 and the fast and efficient public service and the rise of digital natives. Before we know it, we're already outdated. So the universities are also evolving from the societal landscape, which is encapsulated within the Industrial Revolution 4.0, in which we envision to have a complex of relationship, such that we have the Internet of Things, the additive manufacturing, the simulation, augmented reality, the system integration, the automated robots, the big data system, and a lot more. We might be surprised later on if we already have some servers that are robots. Okay, the innovation in the agricultural system, just like the case of Dr. Pramod, I would like to cite it as well with that of the farming system. And actually, we have already some here in the Philippines and in the college as well at Quirino State University. We have some of those technologies now. So such societal landscape will actually encapsulate and even pole vault the educational hubs as multiversities of learning between global trends and the national standards. So this, however, such multiversities of learning will become well springs of innovations and ideas, such that affecting, of course, the speed, relevance, and connectivity of everybody. Leading on, the revolution of change is actually encapsulated within the idea of the evolution of learning, which is an enhanced learning and the culture of evidences. And we can dissect this from the multi-levels of the environment, such as the microsystem, the mesosystem, the exosystem, the macro, and the chronosystem. So each of these spheres will actually call for expertise and innovations. Remember that as multiversities of learning, our university should be a fount, a trailblazer of innovation. So we shall start with appreciative intelligence, in which we are going to ignite transformative changes as concept thinkers to system thinkers. It also calls, for the creative pedagogic innovation, from disciplinarity to transdisciplinarity to multidisciplinarity. It also calls for inter and multicultural competencies, meaning there should be a continuous expansion and adaptation of technologies, the evolving technologies at times. It also calls for disruptive thinking that affects eventually the quality of the scholarly works that our students, faculty, practitioners, experts, and the like would produce in the near future. Next is, of course, the culture that we needed in order for us to intensify the investigative nature of our works. So we can intensify research and undertakings and opportunities across disciplines. So affecting this would be transforming the totality of the global village or the school that we have nowadays through this metaverse in education. So we intensify it by building and sustaining an investigative culture, such that, for example, school-wide relations, student-centered, results-oriented, the work orientation, the future-oriented, school-family relations, student relations, and among others. So we do it, we intensify research opportunities through these systems with the emerging tribe of critical mass of thinkers. So we need to have a strong research base, the hyper technologies. We need to infuse this in the curriculum. And of course, having a strong foundation, just like, for example, a research niche. And thereby affecting, of course, the glonacal region or the glonacal ecosystem, in which whenever we do this, then we have that reservoir of instantaneous information. Another is that it calls for experts' connectedness. We need mentoring, coaching, critical reviewing, and the like. We need others, as I need your expertise in some of my program. And Dr. Pramod, Professor Nada know about this. And then, of course, the mindset or the risk perspective in which we advance the framework of our judgment through metaverse in education. So we intensify our local culture and talent, the Philippines, in two-way perspective, an inward looking and the outward looking. And that is, we give our ultimate reason of integrating this in the academic curriculum. And that is to intensify the academic rigor. So inward looking is that we are looking into the learning climate that we can give to our students. The outward looking is that it calls for the incubation of creative, implementable works through radical breakthroughs. You know, as I've said a while back, the DVUCAD is actually the impetus of metaverse in the curricula. Another is the wellspring of innovation and ideas, in which it calls for a quantum leap from mediocrity, such that when we marry these two, then we marry the glonacal vision that we have in education. So how do we innovate this? At Quirino State University, we have the hybrid learning that we have. We customized our LMS with the offline and online modes, the plagiarism checkers, and of course, the Respondus as a feature in our online examination, such that we lead into laboratory and hands-on science. I'm a science teacher, and this is my forte. And of course, we do localized materials with videographed demonstrations during the pandemic, and leading to, of course, technology in education. In here, we do virtual simulated laboratory. And I'm going to tell about this later in the latter portion of this presentation. So responding to the educational VUCA, we have the volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And now we can combat this with our versatility. So we must be versatile, whatever it takes to enter into a condition in which our students will pole vault their learning situation. We need to understand the situation so that we can contextualize such innovation that we are going to trailblaze inside our classroom. We also need to build connections so that experts could be brought out into the classroom. And of course, we need to be agile in order for us to address such ambiguities in the classroom. You know, ours is a fast-pacing system, and we need to cope up with it. So now, responding to the DVUCAD, the disruption, the volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity, and diversity, we should be aware of what is going on. what is needed to be innovated. We need to aspire. We need to lean on to the giants that we see so that we have some motivation. Now, our innovation should be authentic as well. That is specific to what it addressed for and to what it intended to resolve unto. And we should have that strong acumen of what we are trying to resolve, particularly. So in my case, how do I sustain hands-on science despite the home-based schooling that we have? And it also calls for our approaches. How do we maintain and how do we bring quality in everything that we do inside the classroom? And of course, the altitude, which recalls our strong innovation, our aspiration to introduce such inside the classroom. So how do we do it in the classroom right now? Because I am in the teacher education institution, and so I develop future science teachers. Now we integrate virtual simulation laboratories inside the classroom through our practices, such that, for example, one of the activities that we do or research that we do is the project CCAP in upscaling student scientific attitude, in which we integrate such known simulation activities inside our approaches in the classroom. So in this activity, we integrated the Arduino Science Journal app as a way of integrating innovative and keen continuum on the alternative hands-on science program in the midst of the pandemic. Another is Chemica and students' academic achievement in chemistry. So Chemica is an intervention program in which it is defined as chemistry at the helm of alternative hands-on laboratory sessions through simulated multimedia interactive knowledge simulation approach, in which we integrated the crocodile chemistry as an integral input in the development of the academic achievement of students in chemistry and a lot more. So where are we leading now? We are now on the tie-ups with other professionals from other fields. Just like, for example, I'm working right now with that of an IT expert, in which we are now developing a virtual classroom and laboratory as well in physics, for example, and in chemistry, biology, and the rest of the sciences. So again, let me leave you my conclusion that Metaverse is just the power of the will. Thank you very much, Sukriya. Maraming salamat po in Filipino. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ramiro Bautista. Very interesting sharing of what you are doing in the Philippines. Prof. Nada?
Yes, our great Professor Dr. Ramiro really has a lot to show to us. He's an amazing professor. He's an amazing researcher, science in his Quirino State University. Also, he's giving a big contribution to education on the global level. He's organizing big world education summits, congresses, and etc. And as you see how many research articles he writes, and this Chemica and this examples what he show, it is I can say enough to explain his great work. And this VUCA and this acronyms, Professor Karudin, you really surprised me because you didn't say nothing on this acronyms. You like this also.
I was waiting for you to mention it. Yeah, I like that because I use a lot of VUCA too in my presentation.
I
Prof.
know
Nada,
you like it. Yes.
You see, Prof. Nada is very sharp. She could pick it. You see, she could pick. I was waiting.
Great. This is great, and for students and for us to for learning and everything. No words to express our gratitude to our great Professor Dr. Ramiro.
Thank you
Bravo.
very much, Professor Nada, but I have to leave, permission to leave
No
because
problem. We know
Oh, okay.
that's it.
it's
Philippines.
early morning here in the
I
Philippines. And
know.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
know.
Yeah, it's early
Listen.
morning too here where I am,
And
Professor Batista.
listen, I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry that you didn't say before. We will call you before. I'm really sorry. You are.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yes. Thank you. See you.
Right.
Bye.
See
Bye.
you.
Thank you. And my best regards to everybody.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now after Dr. Ramiro Bautista, we are moving to Indonesia. You know, Indonesia, early morning like Philippines. Dr. Firdaus Basbet, welcome. Enlighten us with your speech.
Is she still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Bu Firda masih di sana ya.
Great woman.
Saya
Thank
ingat
you.
sudah.
An amazing woman and science educator from Indonesia. Welcome. You know,
Thank you very much. Yeah.
She is
So,
amazing.
okay, thank you very much. So please allow me to share my presentation.
You can.
All right.
Where are you?
So,
in a store. In a store. We see.
I'm in a cafe. in the
I'm
midnight.
hungry.
Okay, so Metaverse in
It's not a full
education.
screen. Please, a full screen if you can. Great.
Yes.
Great.
Okay.
All
Okay,
right, so Metaverse in education. Can you still hear me? My voice,
Yes,
am I audible? Okay.
yes.
All right, so this is a compilation based on many research paper. So a study in the Metaverse education is really starting in 2007 until 2021, but not much yet on that, with the peak of 7 in 2015. Only 7, yeah, and also most of them are the proceeding papers, article, book, chapter, book, and review articles. Then where is it come from? From USA, Brazil, Japan, South Korea, United Kingdom, China, and yet Indonesia is not there yet, but I promise it will be there next year. So type of metaverse used in education. So it based on the Metaverse Roadmap Summit in 2021. So it's divided by 4 quadrants, which is 2 axes, one on the external, the left-hand side, and the intimate, like avatar, using of avatar, and then augmentation on the top, on the y-axis, and simulation in the bottom. So in between that, we have augmented reality, the live logging, virtual worlds, and mirror world. So distribution of study according to 4 type of metaverse used in education is that the first, the most used is the virtual worlds over here with intimate and simulation. And number 2, the second is external and augmentation they use for augmented reality. So education level use the metaverse is a higher education, 62.9%, and second is higher secondary education with virtual learning and collaborative learning used in the metaverse. So what will learning in the metaverse look like in Indonesia? So at present, the country is not fully equipped to adapt to the metaverse model. However, there are steps to be taken in the next 5 to 10 years, and application education is going to be bigger. Metaverse education, according to the Minister of Higher Education, can solve various problems in Indonesia, like lack of infrastructure, teacher shortage, access and inclusion issues, and students dropping out of the formal education system. Startup have to come in. So we have to do some policy introduction in the education sector. The WIL group collaborate with Atmajaya Catholic University of Indonesia, or UNICA, to develop courses in the metaverse. In addition, the Trisakti School of Communication Media is hooked up, as well as University of Indonesia. So it was last week, Indonesia Unicorn program will be is held against this year with the theme Web3 brings together investor and startup is being held with the title NCX International Summits in Bali. So this is the event last week, August until September 2002 in Bali, Indonesia. So my summary and implication of the Metaverse. So thanks to the Metaverse, both teacher and student can meet regardless of their real world location. No longer will inquiring children have to sit bored in the classroom. Instead, they can get excited about learning thanks to the power of virtual worlds. And Metaverse learning environment can promote safety also in a way that real world teaching cannot. They can have complete control over student interaction and can limit bullying, separate children for the the elementary school. So Metaverse addiction also is a real possibility if students utilize their virtual reality headset both for education and entertainment. They'll be clocking dozens of hours a week in digital world. So with the rapid evolution of technology, also more research effort to deploy live logging application in the future classroom with various technology. So more research should be conducted about the effect of Metaverse with students with disability, hearing and vision problem. Still in its infancy, which means that there will be many blessings and also as well as curses. Besides, we cannot replace face-to-face learning here in Indonesia. It is something children really miss out during the lockdown, and online education will be an alternative education. There has to be a healthy mix. So Tony Pratap, the founder of CEO, in fact, Metaversity, said that you think that tech will solve all the problems, but it will not, because problems are solved by people. Tech is just a medium. So we shouldn't hype it so much. So thank you very much from me here in Jakarta, midnight. So back to you, Professor Nada.
Thank you. Thank you, great Dr. Frida.
Awesome.
Amazing.
Excellent, Bu Firda. Excellent presentation. There's one something that you use, which is the second time tonight that I heard. Just now, Ruxana, the 18-year-old girl, used that. You know what was it that you used?
What is that?
Blessings and curses.
Curses, yeah.
Blessings and so is it a blessing or is it a curse? which is mine. I use a different word for it. Mine is it a promising oasis or is it a treacherous mirage? So it's similar to blessings and curses. Okay, Prof. Nada, over to you.
You already say what I want to say, so listen.
Okay, sorry about that.
An amazing presentation, a lot of information, insightful. I can say today that there is nothing from the metaverse that we didn't see and hear about this learning environments, how to promote the safety. What says Professor Dr. Frida? The metaverse, like addition to like a real possibility. It is a real possibility, and for our students, they can utilize this for the VR, for the both. And yes, today we teachers, students need to meet this real world education location. I mean, like Dr. Frida said. Thank you very much. Greetings to Indonesia and see you very soon. Bye.
Bye.
Now from Indonesia, we are coming back to India. We have an amazing woman. Also, you see today a fight between, this is the gender equality. See, man, woman, man, woman. We have our great Professor Rachana Chakraborty. Professor Rachana, the stage is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good evening, good afternoon from whichever part of the world.
Are you sleepy? You look sleepy.
No, actually not, Professor Nara. Actually, it's kitchen time. So kitchen is calling me and my daughters are waiting actually for The dinner time it is. So not sleepy at all without giving them food. So I was just waiting eagerly. But yes, I didn't want to leave the platform for a second.
You are from the beginning with us.
Yes.
Yes. I noticed that too, Prof. Rachana.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes. I was there because there is so much of learning here. And thanks to so many stalwarts in education, especially Samir Mukherjee, who started this session with so much of enlightenment. So
like
what to say?
lifetime also, yes.
Yes.
I can listen to him for hours together because the way he delges us into the technicalities of it, that I really cannot take out my mind from it. So it doesn't matter how much time he can speak.
Dr.
So
Zahir, Professor Zahir, now I don't know who today is not great.
Yes, everyone. Dr. Aliar also was very interesting. I just enjoyed. But so now I will not delve much. They have made the platform actually very easy for me. So I can directly come to the point, the role of metaverse in education. They have spoken so nicely and so explicitly about metaverse, the VR and the AR techniques, which is there. So right now I can directly come to the point, which is the education. Why do we need it? And the role of metaverse in education. As educators for the last 26 years, I have been with my students. And prior to that, as a student, I too was interestingly waiting for the amazing lectures from my teachers. So some teachers used to make it really interesting because our memory, our brain does not get glued to a maximum level. So after that, it just breaks off. So to bring that connectivity for longer hours, as Dr. Samir always takes us, and we forget the time when we listen to him. So we go to the timelessness, and that is where a teacher actually is a winner. So he can take us, and as Pramod Mahajan sir also said, that we always get cut off after a certain period of time. Now, our intention as a teacher is to make this knowledge more extensive and to make our students glued to us till our content is completed. We can give them whatever we want to give in the 30 minutes lecture, and they should not be cut off for a second. We know, as per our brain scientifically, that it doesn't get to certain content for a longer period of time. 15 minutes after that, it just breaks off. Until and unless we are that much interesting. So there comes the role of metaverse in education. We know how it has been a role. It has been able to draw the massive attention. Of course, the work was done by our social media, Facebook, and it was rebranded to the word meta. Even I too was taken aback when I opened my Facebook and saw, what is this? Who is this Meta now? Facebook I knew, but the Meta. So that was where we got glued to it. It has taken the interest of the top brands, the business projects, through the concept of metaverse, and also creeping into this our field, that is the academic field. So there is a lot of investment going on, learning to grow student success towards this technology. So there is innumerable benefits. I cannot, because already our stalwarts had mentioned about it very much. But with this immersive technology, including the virtual reality and the mixed reality, the augmented reality or the extended reality XR has further promoted metaverse in several educational applications. So one of it is that making the students more effective in the classroom. We know that how it is. Maybe online learning has become the mainstream right now. And a handful of startups have already started it. See, we remember, I think one of our stalwart had shown us that why the classroom, as I think Professor Elnur from Bangladesh had showed us that why the classroom has been very boring, even the online as well as the offline. That why is it so boring? Because we are getting connected somewhere, getting distracted. And even online, when we are showing a presentation, we are not able to give them what this children wants. As a student, I myself remember when it was a visual show, I enjoyed a lot in the classroom. Whenever it was a a digital play or something like that. When a movie was shown, yeah, first in the stage or first in the seat to be taking the hot seat there. So that was where our students get attracted. If we take them down to the AV room right now for our lectures, okay, ma'am, we are ready. So instead of the blackboard chalk and dust method, which had some sort of connectivity between the teacher and the student, the metaverse has actually made us different, and altogether seeing the visual world right in front of us and also able to touch it. Isn't that interesting? And which we are giving it to our students. We have been able to do that very, very properly to a certain extent, and our students are enjoying. Just imagine if we are teaching our history lessons, the Battle of Troy, where the horse comes in and all the the soldiers coming out from that horse who was hidden inside. We just give our students a visual impact. Again, about the Mohenjo-daro and the Harappa civilization, if we are teaching in a class and it becomes so boring, we're reading the lines from which year, which session, we just tell them what it is, but they don't have any interest. They learn it and put it out in the examination. So this is where the virtual reaction to the real world. The users and developers are also using it in a proper way. Teachers can meet up in a digital space with the virtual reality, has already been seen by our great teachers who have shown it in their presentation. They can have the headsets, which will bring them to that reality. And the teacher can talk about the discoveries and show to them, to the students, in an immersive 3D environment. And at the same time, educators can build a virtual landscape based on the lesson plans using this virtual reality in schools and add value to the traditional education. See, we are there in the classroom, but if we can bring the virtual reality into the classroom, so that will be more interesting, and combination of both the teacher and the virtual reality will increase more attention, and the students will feel the necessity of understanding this nitty-gritty of learning the lessons. Whether it's a science lecture or whether it's a language lecture, being a language teacher, I usually prefer to show the plays of Shakespeare, the 16th century English and the 19th century English, how T.S. Eliot came and how his poems and P.V. Shelley's poem, how it made a different angle, where T.S. Eliot could speak about the general things in the life and wrote poems about general, and Shelley could take us there on that moment to the nature. And he took us into that world of romanticism with the nature in context. So that is where we can show them the Daffodils by William Wordsworth. It gives a great feeling when we just visualize the daffodils. So if I just say a sentence and explain the poem in my class, that I wandered lonely in the clouds where a host of golden daffodils, if I'm saying that a host of golden daffodils, my students won't be able to understand. Probably if I bring a chart and put it in the board and put a chart and show the daffodils, they will understand what a daffodils is. But they won't be able to understand what exactly it looks beyond the horizon. What exactly does it gives an impact beyond the horizon. So this will only be possible with the help of Metaverse, and this is going to dominate the education world. Though right now when we see that the domination of Metaverse in education is little less, it is just in the initial stage. We can rather say that it has not come up to that level which we are thinking. It's still in its infancy. That means there will be many, many more inventions coming up, and to make it more usable by our students totally, because of course economic factor is there. We cannot provide it for every student. If one is there in the classroom, the visual aid, if we can give only one in the classroom, that is more. I'm talking from India's point of view. Right now, the economic status is not that much to provide each student with that visual lenses. But yes, it will take a time. Metaphorically saying, the case of would be to like rush to the gold in the West, Wild West. And now it's actually the discovery of the main problem comes the discovery. So metaverse has many potentials which might motivate into the investors to come into for the colonizations. But of course, we can have a free new virtual world. We could think twice before logging into the query about it, but it will surely help and it will increase the knowledge of our students if used properly. Because whether it is science or whether it is literature, it is surely going to make a change in our education system. We know that the application of metaverse in our education has some points. Just one small thing I just want to share. One important thing which the education is really doing for us. Yeah. So this is the metaverse application in the education. When we just see that in education, how it has been applied, we just see that it is used in the virtual 3D classrooms, bringing the awareness about virtual tours, about events and people we get to know. Then interdisciplinary learning, what happens when you are in a chaotic classroom and what happens when you're in a disciplined classroom. How does learning goes properly inside the virtual campus and the activities which is going on elsewhere. Normally the students go to the classroom and that's it. They come out of the classroom and go home. They don't even know what is there in their campus. Suddenly one fine day they discover, oh my God, we also had this in our campus. I was never knowing. So the virtual tour of the campus can also be given to them. Then the digital learning, which can be open up for everyone, they can get access to it and they can go surfing into the other sectors as well. Not only, suppose if I'm from English, it's not that only for literature, I can, do that. And even you can go to the other different angles. So bringing awareness, that is also important. So these are some of the different things. And of course, we can just imagine how the solar system would look like when we have the AR and the VR technologies coming up into us in our hands and handy, which the teacher can make it. So they can just imagine, look at the interest which the students are enjoying. They never will now go to sleep because they will now feel, they will now touch, they will understand, they will make notes. And what we missed out more during the pandemic, this 2 years, was that writing factor. Because right now, my students come to the school and they have literally forgotten how to write because they were always online. So their handwriting has devastatingly fallen down. But with the AR and the VR technology, they will now write down and keep notes. Along with the visual effect, they will also point out, keep the points intact. And this is really going to change, whether it's the formulas of the science or maths, whether chemistry, whichever they can just touch and feel it. So this is what is going to help education to a longer sector of time. So just, I just think already my other professors have already touched on all the important, with due respect, I just want to make it very short and precise with my studies about metaverse in education, because going to the top level, I won't go to the technicalities much because already we have listened to such great persons and I don't want to devastate with my knowledge, adding it, which is very few, rather because being a teacher only in language, I cannot delve into the technicalities, which our amazing professors have already told us. So with that great ideas in our context, only one thing which I want to tell all the educators is that we have a technology which is going to dominate in the future coming years. Though right now it is not in our capabilities to use it in our education, but if we can use it regularly in our educational sectors, whether we are teaching the postgrads or the grads, or the medical students, we will be able to indulge in them the versatile knowledge, and they will become great educators in the future years to come and prepare the future world of education with this technological impact, because technology never dies. People die, their invention dies, but it's technology which stays on forever. In all, there are many, many different things which we need to delve into, but metaverse is very important right now. We need to understand the technologies which metaverse is installing in it and making education very attractive, very reasonable. And with it, we have to see that how can we make it more useful even in the villages, because I'm from India. I want to talk about the education even in the ground and the grassroots level, because being a social worker myself, I visit the villages also, and I give free educations to them. So there I find the technology has not yet reached. But when I take my equipments with me, along with me, metaverse is going a long way round. It doesn't need any networks, so there will not be any glitches which we had in online education also. So the virtual reality, the VR and the AR technology is going to dominate even in the sectors which we feel that it has not yet invaded. It is surely going to bring that change, whether we are in a world where we have all the equipments with us or we are devoid of the equipments. If one such equipment we have as a teacher along with us, we can bring the change which metaverse has planned to bring and dominate the education genre for the next coming amazing years. So thank you so much with that. And I would love to take this opportunity to thank Pradipta Mandal sir, who has curated such a wonderful platform and bringing in amazing professors. And they are also increasing our level of education too. So I have learned a lot from Samir Mukherjee from the last two sessions, and Dr. Alnur also, he was there. So I really enjoyed listening to them. So it was really thankful to Pradipta Mandal, and of course, Nada ma'am is such a sweetheart. She just summarizes all the speech in short. If we have missed out any part, you should listen to Nada ma'am's speech or Khairuddin sir's speech, and you will understand all the speech together. So thank you so much. Without going much time into it, I think Professor Nada, I did not take much time because already my professors have done it. Thank you so much.
Never.
Thank you, Professor Rachana. Thank you. That was, what do you call?
Professor Kerodin, you don't have words to describe and express what our Professor Rachana say.
Sorry, no, I was going to say, she zoomed in straight into metaverse and in education. So she skipped the technical details. That's what I was trying to say. Thank you, Prof. Rachana.
Sir, Khairuddin sir, if I talk about the technicalities, Samir Mukherjee sir's technicalities, I have done the platform. So I dare not delve into that at all. I will not go into that at all. I just want to talk about metaverse and how it is helping me, and how I am thankful to Samir Mukherjee and people like him who has given us this in our hands. And it's a boon for us. We are using it in our education. So I want to thank all of them from the bottom of my heart who are working day in and day out to bring this technology handy with everyone. So thank you so much. Dr. Alner is also there. He's from the multi-visual region, which I saw. So thank you, sir. Also, you all have been working a lot to give us what we need as educators. Right now, it's a total change in education, and we have our students getting more attracted to education, which is becoming more interesting for us.
Wonderful. That's good to hear. Wonderful. Thank you, Prof. Rachana.
Yes, right here and right now, our great Professor Rachana, I need to say that Professor Samir, Dr. Alajir, they listen you very, very careful. And I'm sure that your impressive speech has on all here on the platform and all our watchers on the Facebook a big impact. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, from India, we are going to Canada. We are going to Alberta. Where from Alberta is coming our great coach, motivator, speaker, moderator, and etc. DTM Von Eric Tandok. Welcome.
Welcome, bro, Von Eric. Are you there?
Well, thank you for having me. Thank you to our dear wonderful moderator. Thank you very much for that introduction. To my brother thank you very much for moderating, and to dear Nada, thank you very much. Okay. I'm a listener in this conference right now rather than a speaker. I listen to everyone, the expert, the educators, and they gave their beautiful slides. They gave their wonderful insights, ideas about Metaverse. But what is really Metaverse all about? Well, actually, Metaverse was first used in Neil Stephenson's 1982 novel, The Snow Crash. So he coined the word Metaverse. So Metaverse is actually not new. I remember I'm in grade 2 when that word was first used. Now, what is actually Metaverse? Metaverse comes from two words, meta plus universe. Now, meta, from the Greek word, it means beyond. So we all know that. So that if we will going to coin the two words, beyond universe. So that is all about Metaverse. So what is Metaverse really? It's a virtual universe where users have access to digital avatars by using the AR and VR and let them live in this digital world. So that is Metaverse. In the broadest term, I will say Metaverse is understood as a graphically rich virtual space. So it's a virtual space with some degree of verisimilitude, or maybe where people can work, can play, can shop. It was shown in one of the slides, one speaker. You can shop, you can socialize. So in short, you can do the things together in real life using VR and AR. You're not actually there, but you are still communicating. So what is the impact of Metaverse in education? It was very well said by many speakers before me. So that's why I'm going to make this presentation or a little speech of mine sweet and short, because I learned a lot. Aside from reading, I learned from the previous speakers. So I will make it short, maybe a little summary. So in education, it can help students improve their learnings by leaping bounds and providing immersive. So take note of the word immersive and interactive experiences. The world is shrinking. The technology, the innovations, the inventions makes the world closer. So like in this conference, many speakers are from different countries. So that what I mean by the world is shrinking because of those technology. And with the upcoming Metaverse and the virtual reality world right now, we will have this immersive learning beyond classroom environments when it comes to education. So what are the benefits of Metaverse and education? I will say, in my personal point of view, it will address the lack of classroom if we will go into a virtual or Metaverse. It will also address the shortage of teachers. We all know that Canada right now is hiring lots of teachers from other countries because we have a shortage of teachers. So I think that will be the advantages of Metaverse in future education. It will address classroom issues. It will address shortage of teachers, and students right now, the so-called Gen Z generation, or how we call them, younger than the millennials. They are into technology and they are well versed in technology that define more comfort, define more interaction when it comes to technology, because that's their word. And we, the leaders, the adults, we are just actually keeping in touch, but not our really word. So in the future of education, I believe this will going to address the difficult scenario that we're having right now. Lack of teachers, shortage in classroom, probably shortage. And so, yes, so this for me, my personal idea about Metaverse. Disadvantages? I am not an expert to say the disadvantages. I'm more on a positive aspect rather than on the negative aspect of a certain things. Maybe the disadvantages, probably the interaction, the physical interaction will be limited. But again, if we will be thinking about the positive aspect and we will be thinking about the benefits rather than the negative result, then I will say Metaverse is the name of the game when it comes not only in socialization, not only in advertisement, not only in healthcare, but also in the future of education. So again, thank you for having me. I would like to say thank you to Professor Pradipta for inviting me here. And I would like to say thank you to our two great moderators. Well done. And thank you to all the speakers for all the learning. Over to you, to our two great moderators. Thank you for having me.
Big clap to Canada and our great Von Eric. Thank you. Thank you so much for your great speech. You talk really from the side of the living and the importance of this topic. Thank you, Professor Karoudin. Do you want to say something?
I think Brother Von Eric has crystallized it very nicely.
Yes,
yeah,
very nice.
without going into technical details, but I like the part when he was about to close. He wasn't very sure whether he wanted to share the negative aspects. I was waiting for him to say, is it a blessing or a curse? But okay, but he was very diplomatic about it and was only focusing on the positive aspects, which is very good. Very good, Eric. Very good.
Thank you, dear brother Carabin. Thank you.
Always excellent. Now we are moving to India. Also a very, very special person, our great, amazing Dr. Raja Rao Pajidipali. Welcome, welcome, Dr. Raja. Dr. Raja, big smile. We see, listen, I know he will say, we had here our great, amazing professors, doctors, educators, coaches, economics. So I'm waiting from our great Dr. Raja to give his summarize for this event, because he always do it great. Welcome.
Thank you, Nada. Thank you so much. Actually, I keep on attending these programs just for your introduction, because you beautify my name. I like it very much. Thank you so much. The moment
always,
I hear my name,
always.
thank you so much. I feel it's an honor. Thank you so much. That is the first thing. And second thing is, I want to see my dear brother Pradipta Mandal.
No.
He always, I never see him once.
No.
On this, only he is audible, not visible. So actually, in every program,
Professor Raja, our dear Raja, listen. No, you need to speak, and also we want to say that you are coming in one session now from our great Dr. Supriya. Be careful. Be careful.
No, I am always careful. But anyway, she is so special and you are also special. But thank you so much. I wanted to see my dear brother Pradipta Mandal, but I missed him. I don't know if you would have seen or not. But
His camera don't work. You can't see him. How can you see him if his camera don't work?
okay, but anyway, there is a day. I hope there is a day when I see my dear brother Pradipta Mandal, because he keeps on inviting me to all our programs. Really, I am so much honored to join this program. Professor Karidin sir, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. You are a great moderator and so much of inspiration, so much of knowledge. Whenever you are there, you radiate the program with your knowledge and wisdom. Thank you, sir. And my dear friend Tiana Jones, ma'am, thank you to be being part of this program. Seeing you after long back. And Inga, ma'am, nice meeting you. Thank you so much. And Rachna, ma'am, today you have delivered a wonderful speech. And Von Eric brother, fantastic speech. And there are my friends, Dr. Kalpana Dikshit, ma'am, Pramod Mahajan, Samir brother, and all beloved friends. Thank you so much for joining this wonderful program. I appreciate this team because they are doing commendable job on the name of Global Education Forum, IVRFF, International Internship University, and IAU Research Center, the Policy Times, World Education Council, World Education Summit 2022 for organizing this beautiful program. Yes, coming to the subject, the scenario has changed. After 2020, the way we see the world, the entire scenario has changed because the COVID has changed the entire spectrum of the universe. The way we see, the way we perceive the things has entirely changed. So, by reading books, by getting degrees, we cannot survive in coming days because this knowledge won't be enough for coming generation. So, okay, our generation, of course, we got succeeded somehow. It's good. We have Zoom, we have Facebook. It's good. But see, what about the coming generation? What about coming challenges? So, we have to advance ourselves technically as per the challenges that we are facing. Because 2020, a watershed here. It may be for technology or it may be for challenges. Because when the schools, when the students got challenged by this pandemic, because they expected it almost 1 year, no classes at the time. It seemed like that. But you know, the Zoom has replaced classroom. All classrooms were replaced by Zoom. Of course, I don't say that 100% it has done, but anyway, there is a solution. There is a solution to continue our education. So now we have virtual reality because we don't know what lies ahead in future or in coming days. Really, if virtual reality comes, because in 2006 and 2007, there is a network called Orkut or Orkut. So that is the social media platform in those days. Then at the time, no one cares about Facebook. But after that, Facebook has started taking the society into next level, and Orkut has, meanwhile, it was shut down. So the technology is diminishing and the latest technology is coming. The Facebook also changing its name to Meta, expecting in the coming days, it is going to be, I think, a Metaverse and 3D technology. Of course, next to Metaverse, we have been seeing the movies, that universe, multiverse. Here we are talking about Metaverse, and movies are discussing about multiverse. Who knows? In future, or in 2200, or after 200 years, of course, it may come into effect in some other way. So what I'm trying to tell you is, the challenges in the current scenario we are facing are tremendously changing. In such a way, we have to change in order to cope up with the new challenge. If virtual reality is the answer for coming problems or coming solution or coming challenges, really it's going to be a great boon for us, I hope. Because this 3D technology can give students a scope to communicate virtually with the international visionary people, where they can design, develop all 3D designs, and they can perform, they can see the models, they can test it, and to suit. We are talking about, we hope it's 240 next generation. So they can find solutions. So what I'm trying to tell you is, our education, our system may not suit for, or may not suitable for the coming generation, because there lies a different challenges. So as per those challenges, the technology has been changing. So we have to adapt it. Already we have been adapting. So still, because paradigm shift is a part of life. Paradigm shift is a part of life. You know, if you see the education in India 50 years back, or 75 years back, 100 years back, it's a different. If you see our kids with a mobile phone, because I don't see a mobile phone till I was 24 years. Till I was 24 years, I didn't see a mobile phone. But my kid, who is 7, who is in, when he was 5 or 6 year old, he was forced to attend online classes. My kid who was 12 was forced to attend these Zoom classes because of the situation. So we have to accept the paradigm shift. We have to welcome the challenges so that they can cope up with the coming challenges in their generation. So thank you for this wonderful opportunity, as we are all ready for the shift, and coming generation also ready with their technology, their skills and their talents. I hope that next generation will see in 3D classrooms by designing and new technology, by developing new technology. Thank you so much.
Big clap to our great Sir Raja. Always an amazing speech. How he comes, what he explain and do, and I like this when he always have speeches for his experience. He has a lot of knowledge, so he's always sharing that things, new things with us, because really so many things I heard for the first time. Thank you, Raja.
He's Professor Raja Rao. Yeah? His keyword tonight is paradigm shift.
Yes.
Yeah, he's reminding everyone that we must be able to deal with it, and then shift accordingly, all the generations, because whether we like it or not, this thing is coming. And he was giving an example of his children. So all this requires paradigm, and not many of us, can grasp the need to shift our paradigm. And I think that's fundamental. Thank you, Prof. Raja Rao. That was excellent, a crystallization of metaverse in education.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yes. He has 2 beautiful sons who is always with him, and they are very active, learning. They are really the little princes. So once again, thank you, Sir Raja. Thank you. And also, I want to say that Sir Raja is here so many times. He is our media partner. So thank you for all you are doing for us, education, for the society. Thank you. Now we are still in India. Welcome, Dr. Subrata Chattopadhyay. The stage is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much, madam. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes.
You're both
Welcome.
visual,
Great.
visible, and audible.
So very good morning, very good afternoon, very good evening to all of you. I was listening to the brilliant presentations and, so many things I have learned about Metaverse and its application to education, to industry. So basically, I'm a professor of management. So you can well understand that many of the students who join MBA curriculum, not all do have industry experience. So for them, simulation is very important. Now, to understand the things in a simulated environment. So with Metaverse, we can do a lot of things which can actually give rise to outcome-based learning. Because ultimately, if the students do have real life learning in a virtual world, that would actually create a lot of learning exposure for the students. So virtual tools, say for example, if the students are taken to an industry visit, now with the help of Metaverse, what we can do is that there can be a simulated industry visit wherein the student is in the classroom, but then the environment and the ecosystem is so created that the student feels that he or she is actually visiting the industry. So a lot of scope, lot of things can be done with Metaverse. So teachers nowadays actually feel extremely difficult to develop an effective classroom environment. Now with virtual reality technology, this will actually enhance the exposure and entice the students to different virtual reality experiences. So I'll just take the examples of the trends of the Metaverse. So basically, as I was saying, virtual mainstreaming, machine intelligence, simulating reality, the challenges of the open platforms, cybernetics, blockchain, world garden ecosystems, accelerating distributed networks, all these are great trends into social as well as on the technological front. Now, basically, when you talk about Metaverse, the principles of Metaverse is it is interoperable, open, hardware agnostic, and network. It uses a mix of virtual reality, augmented reality, and mixed reality. With the affordances being immersive technologies which are coming in, which would have a lot of role in transforming the entire education system. In fact, we are in an era wherein it will be university without walls. So without walls, so virtually, everything can be done. So immersion, embodiment, presence, and identity construction are very important for the Metaverse environment and ecosystem development. But the challenges are, ethics, privacy, psychology, all these are different challenges. Now, with Metaverse, we have augmented reality. There are different applications like Pokemon Go, digital textbook, realistic content, and so on. Live logging is another important feature, which is a technology to capture and store and share everyday experiences and information about objects and people. So, for example, the students of marketing are actually exposed to an environment wherein they can actually, feel as if they are into the market and interacting with the customers or interacting with the different channel partners. So it is possible. So recording information about objects and people using augmented technology, using wearable devices, black boxes, etc. Already Facebook, Insta, Apple Watch, Samsung Health, Nike Plus are using this. Mirror world is another thing which reflects the real world as it is. So mirroring the real world. So virtual maps, GPS technology, all these are examples. Google Earth, Google Maps, Airbnb already are using it. And then, as I said, virtual reality is also there. So basically, as I said, that what Metaverse is doing is that it is actually applying augmented reality, live logging, virtual worlds and mirror worlds to augmentation as well as simulation. But then there are certain dangers of the metaverse. Like, as I said, privacy is a concern, it's a challenge, it's an illusion. Then there may be imposter avatars, technology may cause health issues, which may, in the long run, prove to be redundant. Increase inequality would be there. There can be bad bots which would control the web. Polarization would be increased and biased AI. So all these are dangers of the metaverse when applied to the education system. However, we should be positive and take things in a greater way so that technology can enable and enhance education and take educational development to excellence. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. Subrata.
Thanks, sir.
That was a very quick rendition of Metaverse.
Yeah, actually, a lot has been told. So I thought that, the things which has not been covered, only to cover those things.
Absolutely. You covered the ones that was not covered. Thank you, Prof. Subrata. Prof. Nada?
Yes, Prof. Subrata, make it like you say very short. You know, he's a professor of management. He knows he knows to manage the time. So that is really great, Professor Subrata. Thank you so much. Professor Karudin, please prepare the presentation, because now we have again a great woman, a great personality, Dr. Inga Karchilava from Georgia. Dr. Inga, welcome.
Welcome.
Professor Nanda, I'm very sorry. Sorry to interrupt you. As I'm proctor of our university, so suddenly I have to go outside. Some occurrence occurred with 2 students, so I have to leave now.
Dr. Alej, we are really honored. We are happy you are with us from the beginning. We are almost here 5 hours. You are 5 hours with us. I know. Yes, no problem.
No, definitely, it is very much interesting, but suddenly 2 students group has some accidents. So I have to go there, as I am the proctor of this university. So, and I am also living in this campus also. So suddenly I have to go there.
No problem.
Sorry.
Great. Thank you very much for coming, for being with us. We really learn a lot. We like it. I like it. I can say I like it.
Thank you, Dr. Alaya. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Bye. Bye. Thank you.
I'm sharing.
Shared the presentation of our great Dr. Inga Karchilava. She's from Georgia. She is IIU Head of Europe, Country Director of Georgia, IIU Board Member. Okay. Inga.
Yes.
Is that your slide?
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Is that your slide, Dr. Inga? Is that your slide?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. My best regards to all of you. Thank you very much, Professor Pradipta, for this invited me. Oh my God, today a really important issue is present at your summit. Yes, many thanks to all the outstanding speakers, organizers, and moderators. Thank you. The speech and presentation all of speakers were amazing, wonderful. Today I am a good student really because I learned a lot. Thank you so much. And now I present my presentation. Okay, thank you. The third Metaverse was coined by science fiction writer Neil Stevens in his 1992 novel Snowfall. It was used to describe a virtual 3D world during a nuclear disaster. Metaverse is an interconnected network of social, immersive, and entertainment platforms that from a single system. If you read Sergei Lukinenko's book, Labyrinth of Reflection, that you already know really how it all works. What will school be like in the Metaverse? We expect a fundamentally different education system. Then it comes to school in the Metaverse. We instinctively respect the classroom. Yes, there are avatars sitting in it, and there is a fantastic landscape behind the painted windows. Yes, the teacher may be physically on another continent, but the class and lecture will still be present. It's very interesting. Technologies are now involved in the construction of educational trajectories. The education platform for young students is smart. It's very interesting also. It creates an individual approach to learning for young users based on their success and the results. The diagnostic service helps to identify gaps in the knowledge and poorly learning topics so that the child can communicate with the platform as effectively as possible. Neural networks analyze the students' progress, the time spent on solving tests, note pauses, and make conclusion whether the topic is fixed or not. In the metamorphosis, this technology will develop strongly as the amount of data collected will grow disproportionately. In the not so discussed world of the future, the system will automatically select the ideal option to engage the students in the learning process. Okay. High option of education. According to research, students trained in virtual reality for 40% better than in the classroom and 35% better than when learning online. Experts believe that it is a fact that the brain cannot separate from the reality for living in the metaverse. Also, the experience of the game has a profound effect on the user, given the virtual endless possibilities of the virtual world. It is easy to predict that learning will become much more effective. Yes, then learning is integrated into virtual life and is a continuous process. There is no need strictly adhere to the curriculum. The boundaries between subjects are blurred. Can you hear me? My voice clear? Yes. Okay. Thank you. If in the Middle Ages it was possible to devote the whole life to chemistry and nothing else, then in the 21st century it is much more different to achieve success with the approach, especially when it comes to the field of humanity knowledge. Any theory become applicable in practice. The students naturally has an interest in related field and also has the opportunity to certify it. Okay, socialization. It is generally expanded child online education. Unlike traditional school education, does not provide the child with the opportunity for socialization. Metaverse has the potential to provide a balance that offsets the negative effects of digitalization. People now spend a lot of time at the computer, yes, and in the future, the percentage of screen time will only increase, but the quality of communication will also increase. Virtual and augmented reality technologies are blurring the lines between real and virtual communication. Metaverse can provide a high level of socialization during the learning process, even considering the health restriction of students or periods of global pandemic. Assessments of factual knowledge with the help of the virtual speech app and virtual reality glasses. You can improve your public speaking skills and practice communication with your audience. If we talk about school, then each of can remember some good story, yes? But people learn in different ways. But in the end, the only things that matters is how knowledge is learning and whether a person can apply it in practice. It is very important. In Metamorphose, it will be easier to assess the life of knowledge, and these assessments will be more accurate. Science, any situation can be simulated in the virtual world. Currently, doctors, pilots, police officers, and construction workers are learning with the help of virtual reality. The ideas of that schooling and higher education may not be standings often seems tempering to laymen. School is not only a place where child get knowledge, but also a public institution that inflects in the state in the child. In terms of useful properties, so far the question remains often whether state educational metaverse awaits us or not. I don't know, but the fact is that the metaverse is very important and will be even more important. We need to learn a lot, yes. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Deringa.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. Did I handle that sharing all right, Prof. Nada?
Great. You share it great. No mistake in sharing. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Inga. That was a good,
Thank
overview.
you. Let's go. Listen, now we are almost, we limit, we plan it 5 hours, so we really need to go a little quickly. Now we are calling our next speaker, Dr. Kelly Charan Rat from India. Welcome. Dr. Kali, are you here? Dr. Kali, please unmute yourself. We see you here on the platform. Okay, I'm moving forward. So now I will call Dr. Adeogun Joseph Kayode from Nigeria. Are you here, Dr. or he lost his? No, listen, Doctor. No, Dr. Adegon, please wait.
Okay, that's fine. No problem.
Professor, we need to go to make a virtual tour. Dr. Samir, please.
Dr. Samir is there.
Yes, Dr. Samir, please unmute yourself and let's see.
Unfortunately, it was not in my machine. Okay.
It was a mission of your from China, from our doctor.
Yeah. Oh. But okay, I got the link. Let me try once.
Okay, so no problem. No problem.
Because of that. Let me check that.
Okay. We are like kids. We are waiting for that whole session. I'm thinking about that.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, I see.
Yes.
You need to click enter. Enter,
yeah. So, you have to select. This is Professor Samir.
I see.
You can see, no?
Why?
Yeah, we can see.
Professor Samir, why we?
So probably I have that identification. So probably I can show you. Let me see. This is the Metaverse lab. No, sorry, NFT lab. I'm also not in a position to tell you. In my university.
Oh,
also.
great.
You can see, no?
Yes.
This all are, it's maybe very simple. This is a NFT image. Looks wise, it's very simple. This is possible, but throughout the world, this is the only piece. Okay, and they got a huge NFT lab. This is the demonstration part of NFT lab. Now, I can go inside also. Just 1 minute. I'm not very much habituated with this. See, now you can look around the entire space. Okay, they got another floor also. All this NFT, all the pictures, you can check these things and can check it. Actually, NFT you have to check in a very different way, Or maybe one day we can explain that exactly how to go ahead and all this. We have a conference room also. I am there means for VSBR. I'm their chief advisor. So we are doing, see, all these things is a very new concept, very new ideas. This is, if you are not very well acquainted with the NFT things, then you will not get that kind of fun. But okay, you have to understand what is NFT and all this. This is seriously one piece in the world. Okay, that is the interesting part of it. I'm using very fast. So let me see that if I can go in the top. See, there is so many sculpture and all this. This is one of the biggest company in China. Is these things audible and visible? Both the
Yes.
Do you enjoy it? Because of this is not the way to show. Not so fast and so
Professor
complete.
Samir, it is really great. We really enjoy and like it.
So can I stop it?
If you want, yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you
We
very
have so
much.
many different kind of room also here. We have different kind of lab, different kind of, and they are the first people in China who are doing these things, what's this called? The smart city in China, first time.
Can we see that the next time, the smart city?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We really enjoy.
Thank you, Prof. Samir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Professor Karudin, please share the presentation. Now we have Dr. Adeogun from Nigeria.
Right, it's a pleasure to be here, and for the past 4 hours or so, I've enjoyed all the facilitators. They've shared insightful presentation. I'm sorry, let me publicly mention that I'm not going to be sharing my slide myself. That will be done from the studio,
sorry.
and as you can see,
can you see the slide?
You can. Yes, I can see it. I can see it, Prof. I can see it. All right. So I've enjoyed the presentations made so far by the eminent speakers, and they have emphasized on the role of Metaverse in the future of education. Briefly, let me introduce myself. My name is Adeogun Joseph Kayode. I'm a certified content marketing strategist, communications and leadership coach, and also a certified public speaker. So it's a pleasure to be here. And I'm going to be emphasizing on why Metaverse is important for the future of education. You will agree with me that Metaverse has gained popularity and it has entered various sectors in recent times. The facilitators so far have emphasized the fact that Metaverse is indeed important for us to achieve sustainable education in our climate. It is all pervading, just like Instagram, and more recently, Meta, that is formerly known as Facebook. So let me briefly explain what Metaverse is in my own definition, although the facilitators that have made their presentations before me explain what Metaverse is. So in my own definition,
Dr. Adeogun,
Metaverse.
please, my apologize, but you don't need to explain the Metaverse. We hear
Okay.
Only the main things you think and the conclusion.
Okay.
It is time, 5 hours.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. No problem. So So we have seen why Metaverse is important in education. It is no doubt that Metaverse has allows students to interact with each other and their teachers in a complex, in a completely immersive three-dimensional environment, as we have seen in the tour that we did few minutes ago. So it is a place where people can come together to learn, to share their knowledge, and also to collaborate. It will also interest you to know that Metaverse has also provided the opportunity of a wealth of educational resources that can be accessed by anyone from anywhere in the world. And this makes education more accessible than ever before. It has also made possible for educators to tailor their learning experiences to individual need of their students. And this has made learning more effective and efficient than ever before. You will agree with me that Metaverse has given room for the production of new applications, and these are considered to be designed in the context of a supportive learning goal. And the essence is to promote 4 pillars of learning. So what are the 4 pillars of learning that Metaverse has helped to achieve? 1, active, engaged, meaningful, and social interactive. So what are the roles of the Metaverse? Much has been said about it. It increases engagement and interaction. It creates flexibility. Metaverse can be accessed from anywhere in the world you find yourself at any time, any day. It makes learning more convenient and flexible, particularly for learners who have busy schedules who live in remote areas. More importantly, Metaverse has also made learning personalized. In a Metaverse, the learners can move at their own pace and they can choose the learning content that is more important to them. It has also increased collaboration, as I mentioned earlier. It has enhanced immersion. It provides a more immersive learning experience than traditional methods such as lectures or textbook. And this is also interesting. It will interest you to know that Metaverse has a role in the promotion of 21st century learning as bring curricula up to date. The world is constantly changing, as you will agree with me, with new technologies and schools of thought emerging at the time. It is now easy for curricula to lag a step behind. But the Metaverse has the potential to make the whole world a classroom, as we have seen in the tour we just did a few minutes ago. All right, so with data bytes embedded in all over the real world, it has bring curricula up to date, and it has also made life easier. So conclusively, because of our time, the Metaverse is the next stage of the internet, and it is already here with us. We need to grab the opportunity that it provides. The gaming industry has been quicker to explore its possibility, but sooner it will find its way into other facets of our life. Metaverse has many potential applications in education and also in our lives too. So using Metaverse, educators, instructors, institutions will be able to develop interactive classroom and memory retentions. And in short, learners will enjoy classes, and this is a benefit for instructor as well. So indeed, you agree with me that the benefit of Metaverse in education are immense if properly utilized. So thank you very much. I appreciate the organizers of this program for the opportunity given to me. Once again, my name is Dr. Adeogun Joseph Kayode. I'm a certified content marketing strategist, communication, and leadership expert. Thank you. I appreciate all the delegates for spending your time with us here.
Thank you, Dr. Adipin.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. And your network was today great, great speech, great presentation. Sorry that I need to little interrupt you, but it was great. Yes, now we are moving forward. We are going to USA. We have an amazing lady, with us tonight because it is a night here at me. Great Tiana Jones. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. And
Oh,
you guys have been doing an amazing job. I'm so impressed with all the speakers and all the knowledge and effort they put into this. Thank you, Dr. Nada. And thank you to the other professors, all the facilitators. Thank you so much for having me. So as a student at the University of Phoenix in the United States, also part of the National Society of Leadership and Success, which is 8% of the students in the United States that are able to be a part of this honor. I have learned so much over the weekend and the last couple days about Metaverse. So the Dalai Lama has a recording interview where he discusses the emotions and the thoughts of getting connected with the students. And so they take Metaverse into a whole different perspective because they're connecting with the students' thoughts and emotions through their interviews and discussions, and they're not necessarily using holographic or more software to determine how the universe connects with the human being. What they're doing is they're connecting with the students based on their passion, based on their emotions, what could connect with their imagination of who they can become and the purpose of their divinity, of how they are more of a holistic connection with the universe. So I think the moral of Metaverse, of the creators of Metaverse, was to tap into the science of the students and people's brains to see how they can give a more broader horizon of how they can use technology and use media, but with expression of speech, showing that software can connect with any creator. A person can create new innovative interventions of science. They can connect technology, they can connect things. And what they're doing here in the United States is happening by connecting with leaders such as the Dalai Lama. I was so impressed with his interview for 1 hour. 1 hour, he speaks on thoughts and emotions. He takes questions from students that were on virtual calls. He spoke to over 100 students, but he directly interacts with them as he was live. And I was able to watch this experience and learn that this is a part of science, and this is a part of technology. And Metaverse is intertwined with his emotion of how he's teaching the students by just doing the discussion of the interview. So let's say you're not thinking so in the horizon of advanced technology, being somebody that can connect with the students' thoughts and emotions without using software is the beginning stages of Metaverse. So if a student can be basically honest with their emotions and their thoughts with the teacher, along with the parents at home, we can all combine a new way of education, because this is a form of education, giving the students a chance to express themselves. A big issue in our world right now is mental health. Many students are not understanding how to deal with their emotions and their thoughts, which of course in science is dark matter and light mass of energy. So when you're giving this energy with technology and you're including Metaverse with the parents and with the professors and teachers, giving hope to these children and these students, you're opening up a more horizon of Metaverse. You're giving them more chance to show you what's in their brain or what's going on with their emotions so that they can heal and also prevent mental health issues. Right now, the biggest thing to work on for professors, teachers, educators all over the world is mental health. They wonder, how can we connect with students on mental health? I was at a conference yesterday in the United States in the San Antonio, Texas area, And they were able to connect through showing analysis and data, having surveys after they showed the students how to communicate with their mental health, also coping mechanisms. If you take a little bit of understanding of spiritual and holistic approach with education and respect for the divinity of the universe, because Metaverse is about the universe, you can take all of these elements and you can combine them so that people can learn using technology and media. So again, what is the key to expression of Metaverse? It is not just medical, not just science, not just technical, but it is the acceptance and kindness of showing students and adults how to adjust to the energy of light mass inside of their bodies. And when you do this in a holistic kindness approach, a kindness, an acceptance, you're giving the students more creativity to advance into a metaverse, tapping into a universe of a higher power so that they can be creative to create more innovation, more technology, more software, more ideas, more entertainment. And when you involve virtual entertainment, such as they did for the National Society of Leadership and Success, you're able to show that there's great speakers, the Dalai Lama. There's also celebrities that were speaking, which gives them encouragement. It gives them passion. It gives them, purpose. They say, wow, if they can do it, I can do it. There's something exceeding inside of us that is so great. That's the universe. That's Metaverse. So in this form of thinking, you want to educate your students to combine all of those elements of passion, but also drive, to go further in advanced education, which is to be honest about what they know, honest about documenting what is going on with their brains and with their thoughts and emotions. And how they can do that is by you guys as the educators leading them with passion, with virtual technology, which is what? You guys showing them movies that can combine with elements of their emotions and thoughts. You guys can speak to them about things that you already know as educators. You guys are also twice or three times their age. So you have so much to teach in emotions and thoughts. Why not give your students a chance to adjust to their emotions and thoughts so that you can be the leaders of the world to make the world a better place? So again, what is Metaverse? Metaverse is accepting the emotions and thoughts of your students, your teachers, your leaders, and giving them a virtual understanding of what it is, but also intertwining more innovation. Give them more thoughts on how they can heal and prevent mental health issues. What's going on in our world today, every day? We're hearing crime, we're hearing discussions based on all these world summits about mental health issues. So if you take all of those elements and you put them all together and you give them purpose, you give them encouragement, you give them kindness, and you switch around the energy, move the energy in a different way, you can save our planet and you can save education to be more advanced, because Metaverse has to do with connecting to the universe inside of us, connecting to the creative innovations of science, of technology, of medication through healing naturally, because you're allowing them to evolve and grow. How can we evolve and grow if the leaders and teachers and professors cannot accept this change? We know this innovation is coming because it's already here. As you all speakers spoke about before, the innovation is already here. So it's time to adapt to Metaverse. It's time to adapt to your own energies, your own divine energy of light mass and acceptance of what you've been through. And it's time to heal so you can give better education to all students worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. Very interesting. Very
Professor
interesting.
Kerudim, I think that Dr. Tiana Jones fascinated you tonight.
Sorry?
She fascinated you tonight, this woman.
No, no, no.
Yes,
I wanted to say, that of all the speakers that we have been with from the last 5 hours, hers is different. That's what I wanted to highlight.
Yes.
Her approach was, she was talking, she introduced the divinity. That's the thing that caught my attention. And then about energy. And then she also mentioned about mental health. And she mentions about connecting creativity, science, and then medication. So it's a holistic view, and that's the way she was explaining to us, she was sharing with us of how she is looking at Metaverse and its role in education. Am I right, Dr. Jones, Tiana?
Yes, and this is the future. This approach is what you will start seeing over the next 10 years, because there will be more innovation of people that will come forth. There's nothing wrong with change, because we are changing every day with evolving. So if you accept this change, you can heal yourself and also prevent mental health issues all over the world, not just with students, but with adults who have been going through hardship throughout their whole entire lives. So you being divine is going to move the energy and the purpose. So you all have a purpose of exceeding the healthiest, best education for your students and for yourselves.
So you think that Metaverse will be playing her role in the new world as far as education is concerned? Is that what I'm trying to crystallize your message tonight?
Yes.
I will be personally adding more to education as the next 10 years goes by, to give a more holistic and acceptance and awareness for you all to understand that divinity of the universe is inside of us all. So if we take this and we leave religion out of it, it can be accepted in public schools all over the world.
Thank you, Prof. Tiana Jones.
Yes, amazing.
Prof. Nada,
yes.
Back to you, Prof. Nada.
Yes, amazing. I really think that Sumara, this is great. I know that our Professor Achana will say something, but let's go to our next speaker.
Yeah, right.
Yes, we need to go. Thank you, dear Tiana. Great, like always, great. And I like your view very much, how you think and what will be for 10 years. Yes. Now we are going to United Arabian Emirates. With us, we have a beautiful lady, Miss Chandani Kinger. Yesterday, day before today, I'm here with Miss Chandani. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Yeah. I hope my screen is visible now.
Yes. Great.
Okay. Yes. So greetings to one and all present here, and I know it's been a bit late, so I'll just be summing up what I have to cover up here. And as we know, our eminent speakers have already discussed about what is immersed technology, what are the futures, or the I can say how the metaverse is going to be a revolutionary act, or the tech in the field of education and other factors also, or other sectors also. So that's somewhere where we think of that, okay, metaverse is taking place, and we have to ponder one question over here, directly jumping to the topic that does the metaverse is the new terminology, or is something that has been evolved since n number of years, but maybe somewhere here and there we were not aware of those things, and we were not even conscious of that we are already using the metaverse, or we are already in the world of metaverse. So this has been history, and as you can see, I've taken it till 2021. So definitely we know what is metaverse and how the metaverse is taking place, especially in terms of all the sectors, not only the education. Features, if I talk about, we all know immerse reading, the 3D features, the networking, everything covers up in the metaverse, and definitely it is creating a longevity or the long-lasting impact in the field, in the various sectors or in the various fields. These are the areas where the metaverse is already existing and is also emerging in many of the sectors, which will be reflected in as coming up years. It may be 10 years or maybe even lesser than that, where we are talking about, and where we'll be looking into that how the metaverse is creating an impact on the world. These are the various brands. If we look into in a broader sense, I'm very sure we all are aware about these brands, and they have already created an impact in the field of metaverse, or they are already using the advanced technology which is supporting us in the development and in the prolonging impact of the technology in their fields. Now, talking about very precisely why the metaverse is important for us, and especially when we talk about the coming future generations who are going to learn through the way of technology rather than just having a traditional knowledge, as I think many of us had that bookish knowledge or just having a basic practical knowledge. Instead, we will be having generations who are coming up into the schools with the technology on their hands, and VR, AR, AI, everything is creating, immersive learning is creating an impact on that. So if we talk about the technology, or if we talk about the metaverse in the education, the collaboration, communication, content, critical thinking, creative innovation, and confidence, that is 6 C's of the education are being involved in the metaverse. And this wide the concept that has been created in terms of technology, or in terms of the involvement of the metaverse in the classrooms or in the minds of the students. And knowingly or unknowingly, we all know that during the pandemic, we all were into this field, and we all were knowing that we are just surrounded by or around the internet and around the technology. And these are the ratios that I could find it out from the internet, that how the technology has played a role, what percentage of the technology or the metaverse has created an impact. It may be on any areas, maybe the gaming, maybe the problem based, maybe, and these days we see the project based learnings are also happening, experiential learnings are also happening. So everywhere we see the existence of metaverse. Just the fact is, we may not be conscious of that what we are doing in the classrooms, or what the educators are playing roles in the classrooms while teaching to the students. Directly jumping to one of the basic thing, looking into the small aspect where we talk about the UAE, because I stay here, so I have seen or I have witnessed the Expo 2020, which has ended up this year itself. And the Expo has given us a real idea what the metaverse is. We have witnessed it with our eyes, and we have felt that how the metaverse or how the technology is going to be an advancement, or how technology is going to create the world which exists in future, which is not even visible as of now, or which is not even maybe we can say is not visualized by any of us now. And even there was a knowledge summit which happened in Dubai Expo Exhibition Center, and there the renowned leadership person has already mentioned that students will be soon enrolling for the Metaversity. So this was something really new when I was just looking into that. What does that mean, and how does this term, we have heard this term university, we have heard the term meta data, but we have never seen both of these words coming together as meta university. And that's where the UAE leaders are looking into, or they are progressing into the field of technology. And there are certain key technologies or key strategies that they have made, as you can see on the slide as well. And looking all of this, or bringing all of this together, if I talk about how the metaverse strategy that has been created or that has been planned by the UAE leaders or the UAE leadership. So as you can see over here, the pillars are being given, what is going to be fostered, what is to be cultivated, and what has to be developed. So everywhere the meta universe or metaverse is the major point, or is the starting point for all these pillars. Talking about the further percentages, or talking about the further analysis that has been received from the UAE parents as well, as you can see on my right hand side, 60% of the UAE parents feels that still the kids are not yet ready for the future technology. So we can understand, or we can lay an importance that how the metaverse is going to be most important for the future of learning. So that's where something we summarize with the points that the children who are gaining education still have to think about what the inclusivity, what the resilience is going to be created, and how the patience is required when they are studying into the classrooms, or how empathetic they have to be when they are in the field of technology. So that's where something we summarize up with, that how the metaverse is creating impact not only in the UAE but all over the globe, as other eminent speakers have already said it about. So that's it from my side. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Chandani. That was interesting and wonderful sharing of what's going on in Dubai. I think Dubai is setting an example, yeah, in terms of how they looked at Metaverse. I wish I was there, at the exhibition to see that building, where you showed how it was done. I saw it on TV, and I think that was wonderful. Thank you very much, Ms. Chandani, for sharing it with us. Prof. Nada, back to you. Is she our last speaker?
Yes.
Is she our last speaker?
No, let's see. Is it Dr. Chandani? Great and amazing, very powerful. I like it. I like it very much. So many details you show us and in your country, and really, really amazing. A woman in a crucial, vital, crucial role of metaverse of the women's today
Yes,
and the
absolutely.
future of education. Beautiful, Chandani. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's see who is our last speaker. Will he apply to our call? So our next speaker is Dr. Kali Charan Rat from India. Dr. Kali, are you here with us? Please, we see you. We see you here. Dr. Kali?
Yeah.
Great.
Good evening.
Dr. Kali, okay. Dr. Kali Charan.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening to all.
Good morning, India. Good morning, India.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah.
Where I am is good morning.
Dr. Kali, we don't see you. Can you open your camera to see you?
No, the little bit problem is there due to the heavy rain. There is no power cut is. So I cannot also show the slides, but I can able to deliver the content which will be hard touch. Right. So actually, I have listened all the things. I gained some things, and I have to add some of the technical content of this one. Actually, the metaverse, what is represented by all the expert persons are excellent. The real metaverse meaning is that not only will represent the virtual manner platform, but we have to represent the real world in a virtual platform. The metaverse is only contains the two words that beyond the universe. The beyond the universe indicates that beyond the internet system, that though we are taking the help of internet system to understand the various concepts to connect with the not only with the peoples but also with the outer world. That means the content of the world, the environment of the world. Now the question is coming towards the education system. The internet we are using for the education system through its, you can say that technical feasibility. We are using the internet for the various technical applications for the educational purpose. Now metaverse, if we'll consider the metaverse particularly focus on AR and VR. That means augmented reality and virtual reality. Augmented reality is nothing but the environment practically existing with the world, and we are capturing the nature with the filmmaking media. That means we are taking the help of computer graphics to make the real environment representation. Now, for this, a proper software as well as you can say that camera is necessary to put that environment for the recording purposes. Once this will recorded, then we want to demonstrate that one for the educational purpose. But if something is not available, but we want to make it and we want to execute it in front of the others, that means that is the virtual. Virtual means the representation of the real world problem in an imaginary platform. That means we are now in an imaginary platform, means the conceptual platform, which is not really available, but we are making that one and we are executing in our thought process. For an example, when we are playing the car race game, that is the simulation and representing the real road with all the background sceneries and environment. At that moment, when we are operating the key switches of the keyboards, left, right, off, down, for the operation purposes of the car on the road. At that moment, when we are moving in a forward direction, all of a sudden we have seen that there is a turning is coming. Why we are tilting towards the right or left as per the turning? When we will put the bottom left and right, because at that moment we are just realizing that we are the driver, or we the driver of that car and driving the car on the road. That representation is known as your virtual representation. Exactly in the same manner, for the educational purpose, for an example, when we want to see the motor assembly, at that moment, along with its casket capsules, all the equipments will get well assembled. That means assembling of the motor with its sub-assembled parts. When you want to separate it through the virtual platform, you can observe that one. And the instructor will teach how to design, how to repair, what is the part, where to open, how to assemble, and how to disassemble. All the will be well recorded, and through, or first we have to make that one and it is recorded, then it will be fitted through a film. And this will be just you can say that provided the total training is provided through a virtual platform. And with the help of the advanced technology and with the help of proper computer graphics design, we are making the film, and that will be projected in the three-dimensional digital camera. When that camera will be fit or we are wearing through goggles, at that moment the student can understand that he is involving with that. So here in the education, there is a not requirement of to open a real or a practical motor. At that moment, the imaginary motor of the real motor world, it will be open in a 3D manner in the 3D environment as an virtual platform. So a instructor will deliver the total training program and a student can able to understand that one in anywhere as his like or she likes. And with that is the not required that only the setting of the in the classroom. At that moment, the benefit is that the student can able to understand the total assemble and disassemble part of the matter, and he can able to also make himself as a skill fit that how matter can be assembled and disassembled and can operate, and what will be its testing and its functionality. So this is the real example that we are implementing for the training of in technical education system to the train for the skill development of the student. So BR is very much or highly essential tools now, for which various companies they are making such kind of training programs through the VR. VR virtual reality camera with its software and the this particular you can say that training kind of things and particular you can say that for various purposes. It is not only for the training only. Now the company's total environment will be recorded and will be executed through the VR. So it surely the upcoming futures performance will be through the VR, and it is a great challengeable to all of us that we are moving from a real world to a virtual platform to recognize the future generation of the technical, you can say that platform. So virtual reality providing us a very challengeable and high testable environment through which we can able to predict or we can able to operate the real world in advanced platform in the coming futures. So this metaverse is now started very you can say that challengeable to all in all the sectors applicational field where we as well as our students must have to skill properly, because all the practical things going to be implemented before that one we have to be familiar with that particular environment, whether that is right or that is wrong. Both the positive as well as the negative effect can be analyzed through the VR system to predict or to analyze or to enter to the AR environment. This is the real technical things. Some you can say that training videos also we have made it, and we generated with the 3 different projected camera in 3 different corner to make the 3D environment in the you can say that virtual platform in a class. It is a we already made it, and we are going to support to some companies or in the, if for the industrial application of VR. Through that one you can able to see the smart manufacturing system, the supply chain management system, etc. Then after the coming the blockchain, Bitcoin, then AI, ML, that are the only this tools that we are using or for the operation of the various component or various parts, or you can say various section of the real application. But main thing is that the metaverse provides that how to get the training or how to provide the training of the real world problem in an imaginary platform. That is the most important of the metaverse, and it will surely help the educational system, and the educational systems are also going to be involved through the metaverse to understand the real problem through its imaginary platform by the simulation. Thank you. Thank you to all.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kali.
Thank you.
We
Thank
like
you,
to
Dr.
hear,
Kali.
we like to hear what
Thank you, sir.
science say for this metaverse. Great. So I think that we come to the end of this amazing event. 5 hours and 10 minutes. This is really a big and a long time. A great first World Education Summit 2022 on the theme, the role of metaverse in the future of the education, by our great global eminent speakers, jointly organized by Global Educators Forum, IVRFF, International Internship University, IIU Research Center, the Policy Times, and World Education Council. First, we want to thanks to our great project director, Professor Pradipta Mandal. You are doing so great. Thank you for this amazing conference. And also to our great speakers. Then to my great moderator, Professor Kerudin, and me, to all our lovely audience for being a part of this summit. What to say more? We learn a lot. We share.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Prof. Nada. In 5 hours, we've been all over the world. I can see Dr. Inga from Georgia. She's still there with us.
Dr.
Yeah,
Inga. Dr. Inga is here the whole time.
Yeah, we were in Peru, in India, in Bangladesh, yeah, in the US, all over the world, even in Alberta, Canada. Oh my God, in 5 hours. Huh?
Listen,
Prof. Nada, we have been around the world.
Listen, you need to say that here now the women are first. We empowered this big summit. You see, a big smile. Professor Rachana, a big smile. Our
she has a big smile.
Tiana Jones, also a big smile. Dr. Inga, a big smile. And you with us, ladies. You are Professor Karadin, you are privileged today. And our great project director, Professor Pradipta, you too are privileged with us today.
Yes, I feel so honored with all these great ladies of the world.
You need
all
to
the professors of the world.
be proud.
I am. Absolutely.
And here, yes, we have our great professor, Dr. Suraya Bano. Professor Dr. Suraya Bano, thank you for being with us whole time. Dr. Pramod is still here. Thank you. Thank you, lovely audience. Thank you, lovely audience. And we are coming soon with new events. You see today, how much we learn, what virtual tours do we do, how eminent experts we have from China, from India, from United Arabian Emirates, from USA, from Philippines, from Indonesia, from Georgia. I can say all the countries what we have today are
You forgot Peru, Canada.
Yes, great. Our great Professor Garcia, Ruben Garcia.
Yes.
We have Canada, Von Eric, you know.
Yes.
So we don't, I think that we didn't mention all our great Sir Raja. He was here.
Yes.
So yes, so many. Yes, I think that our knowledge, our head have today so many information, so many new knowledge. And you see, I said also before today, in my country, we have for 2 months a big also international conference. And you know what is the topic? The topic is you need to choose one topic which will give the biggest contribution to that international conference, and you need to explain why. And I know that in my country we have experts, yes, but I know that we have only one big conference on the topic of metaverse, and that's do our teleoperator, because the FG network is very important. So I said, Professor Sami, Dr. Ajay, all I learned a lot. I learned a lot. I had a knowledge before, yes, I can say, because I'm very interested in this. But this event, a webinar, conference, summit, we are really rich, and that is our mission. That is our mission. Us educators, learn. Here with our great excellent dignitaries, we have great comments. Thank you, great Aisan, for this. You were amazing. And yes, I need to say, today on this World Education Summit 2022, We had an amazing student. We had an amazing student with only 18 years old, but she has a knowledge, like I can say, so someone who has maybe 60 years or 70 years who is not in this field. So Aishan, thank you. So if anyone needs to say something.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Please.
Yeah, madam, I want to tell something.
Yes, Dr. Kali.
Dr. Kali.
Actually, I will tell the fact things. Since 3 to 4 program compared to the past one, really today's program is a challengeable and excellent one.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Kali.
Today's
Kali,
it is, yeah, it's a really heart touching. I am observing all the persons, all the speakers, they really have put their best effort to explain the content of metaverse.
Yes,
yes,
yes.
absolutely.
All give the best. Yes, all give
Yes,
the best.
it's a really heart touching the individual's content delivered by the expert persons.
Yes.
Dr. Kali.
Yes, sir.
I did in Malaysia. It's 2:17 a.m. now in the morning. It's already 2 o'clock.
Oh my God.
Professor Rudi, I think
yes.
that you don't sleep enough, and that gives you energy.
Sari is more energetic
If
person.
you would go to sleep,
No.
you would not have a lot of energy. Am I right?
Yes.
I should be sleeping actually. You know why? Because in a few hours I have a meeting with the University of West Scotland at King's College down in town. And what they call for my next MBA. My next MBA class will start on the 17th. And at 2:18, I'm still awake. I have not slept yet. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
And that's okay.
You are still more energetic, sir.
I've enjoyed with everyone. And I'm amazed that I am here still with all of you. Yeah, Prof. Nada?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. This is that
I provide my heartily congratulations as well regards to all the chairs of the team member of this group along with the Pradeep Mandal sir.
Thank
you, Dr. Kali. We have here Global Educators Forum. We have International Internship University. We have Research Center. We have the Global Educators Council. So we are here all together, have the same mission, working on this great topic, the role of Metaverse, the future of education. So big clap to all our great eminent speakers, to all our lovely audience on the Facebook who was following us, watching us, writing comments. Thank you. Thank you very much, and see you very soon, because our Professor Pradipta has already a new event for the yes, I'm sure. Professor Pradipta, can you say that maybe he can't open the camera? So Professor Pradipta, do we have a new event? Okay, yes, we have. I will answer. Yes, we have. And yes, we can. Yes, we will do. Goodbye. Good night.
Absolutely brilliant session. Congratulations all.
Thank you, Dr. Inga.
Good night to all. Good night to all.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.